I don't know if I made a specific bio. Is there anything specific you're looking for?
In fact, it was just more or less some sentences about your background that that I can introduce you before you talk about.
Oh, I see. Okay, I can text it to you in the chat that you texted me to, if that works for you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, actually, maybe I can just use a chat here in Zoom. All right, that sounds good. I'll do that.
Just a moment, I make the video available. No, this video is not for kids. Not that we're showing anything inappropriate. Shot. So Marco, the video should be embeddable in the home page of the website.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I can see the video.
Marco, you suggest that we start at exactly 30?
No, we will take a look at if we have someone looking at the session, and then like 5 minutes of waiting people. So in Italy we say academic quarter of hour. So when the university lessons start, like 15 minutes after the allocated time, it was a rule to have people move from one class to the other in the meantime. So not one quarter of hour, but we can wait 5 minutes to have people pop in.
I'm a little bit jealous of you guys with the pre-made videos. I didn't realize the time zone that this is gonna be like 5 a.m. in California. So hopefully I can get through this without a shot of coffee. But we'll see what happens. Yeah.
We could not get through the conference without our fair share of coffee. So don't worry. No one will judge you. Even if it's like a Monster energy drink or something similar, feel free.
Dylan, you haven't switched yet to summertime in California?
Oh yeah, we just did on Saturday night, I think. We just moved the clock an hour. So right now it's 5:30 a.m. I don't know what I'm guessing. What time is it in Italy? Maybe.
Oh, it's
2:30.
2:30.
Oh wow! Yeah, nice.
For us, it's comfortable.
Yeah, well, hey, I mean, I'm excited to be here. It's, no matter what, it's comfortable. It's a cool opportunity. I'm excited to get to talk and learn more about the other presenters, topics as well.
we tried to put events at different timing, but in the end, there will always be someone that it's completely out of the time zone, and
That's half the fun, I think.
we have recorded all the session, and all the session will be made available through the agenda. So also in the what happened in the past 2 days is now linked from the agenda. So if you try to re-enter in one of the past session, you go to the YouTube video that was saved when the thing happened.
Oh yeah, I was looking at some earlier today, actually. It was great to kind of catch up on things.
This is one advantage of doing a virtual event. Well, that could be also true for a hybrid event. So being able to record and share it and made available through the same platform that you use it in the conference, that kind of stuff works well. And we believe we can have more engagement. We have not many statistics now because it's still early, but people have seen the recorded video of the previous days, so things worked out.
That makes sense.
So, Marco, perhaps I could just say to our attendees that have just joined us that we will wait 2 or 3 minutes more to be sure that we have all the attendees for this session. And
yes.
Especially, I could say to our speaker, okay, recording in progress, so I have to be careful now. So we will wait 2 or 3 minutes more to be sure that we have all the attendees for this industrial use cases session. And for our speakers, just to mention to you that in this room here where I am, I have blocked 20 students to be sure that you have enough attendees. So they are studying computer science and especially computer graphics for VR, AR, WEB3D. WEB3D is my lecture, exactly. So you have 20 students here focusing on you. So just to put a little bit of pressure. So we will wait 3 minutes more.
I was trying to show my 3D in a cool HTML. Turned out was not that easy. It didn't work so well. So I tried browsing around for an answer to so long, till I found this orange website where I heard singing this song. WEB3D is the place to be. Here your scene will not freeze, it will show like a breeze you will see. WEB3D, you can join for free. Thanks Chronos and Ivy, and you can log in and then leave. WEB3D is in Italy, with the sole and the mare, the best of mangiare virtually. Don't be mad, don't cry and be sad. You will follow our rants, dress code underpants. Now picture that. At WEB3D is so fun fun to be.
Ready for the fun, ready for the fun.
And the social event takes you a tower that's spent, you see. WEB3D
2021,
is in Italy.
by the sun, by the sun.
I hope you enjoy. Good luck and then fun virtually.
So welcome everyone. Thank you very much to the organization committee for this great and wonderful theme song. I think we are in the mood for WEB3D 2021. And with all this Italian virtual accent, it's fantastic. So welcome. I would like to thank our speakers for today. They proposed some very interesting presentations for the 9th edition of the industrial use cases track here at the WEB3D conference. So it's something that I'm very honored to, I would say, to host again this year. That's true that it's something that I would like to promote, and thanks to the whole WEB3D community, we are able to do, and thanks to our presenters today, we are able now to show that there is industrial use, I would say, in different aspects, of course. It could be use cases, it could be in terms of technologies. WEB3D technologies today are providing very, very efficient and effective tools to the whole community. So thank you again to our presenters today. I propose that we start quite now, in fact, to have enough time. So we have wait a little bit to be sure that we have all our attendees. As I mentioned before, I'm with 20 students in computer science here in Paris, in the WEB3D Computer Science School. And so I think we will have a lot of questions for our speakers today. So I hope so, and I will put some bonus. So it's for my students, sorry. Let's start our session today. So I would like to introduce very briefly Rajesh. So Rajesh, I will say just a few words about your background. You are very experienced in CAD, so computer-aided design, and you have an impressive background. So you have studied in India. You have a lot of experience in UK, in US, and you have founded in 2005 Prototech Solutions. And you will today present some of your, I would say, deliverables and high-end solution. So Rajesh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Christophe. Thank you very much.
Hello, I am Rajesh Bhartiya, founder and CEO of Prototech Solutions. Here's my brief introduction. I have a multidisciplinary engineering background, and since last 2 decades, I have helped design and develop numerous 3D applications spanning various domains such as design, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, architecture, etc. I am also a part of the leadership team at 3D MeasureUp. 3D MeasureUp is a technology platform for 3D body landmark identification and measurement extraction. Our vision is to be a perfect fit in anthropometry space. We use a combination of computational, geometrical, and machine learning techniques to achieve a very high fidelity in feature identification and a very high degree of accuracy in measurements. Today, I am going to discuss some of the challenges that we faced with 3D body scans that are not perfectly aligned. Also, I will discuss the impact of natural body postures on automatic extraction of measurements. I will give you a very high-level overview of our approach to overcome these challenges. Before I get to that, we all know that COVID-19 has impacted almost everything that we do and the way we do. COVID-19 has had a huge impact on everything, including 3D body scanning, processing, and measurement extraction industry. The new normal of social distancing has pushed contactless measurement from being novelty to a necessity. This has become a need for masses now. I'll take my own example. I had never bought a single piece of cloth, be it a suit, my running shorts, or even socks online in my entire life. Now since March 2020, I have bought everything online. There are many like me who have been pushed from retail to e-tail. To tap this market, there is a huge increase in the number of 3D scanning devices and methods. Some are more traditional hardware using booths and turntables. On the other hand, handheld hardware scanners are on the rise and getting into hands of more and more people. New generation Apple devices such as iPad Pro 12 already has a LiDAR sensor which does a decent job of capturing the world in 3D. Amazon's Halo Band, a sub-$100 wearable device, claims to create accurate 3D scans from photographs. On the software side, there is an extensive research and development done on converting 2D photos to 3D scans. Application of computer vision image processing and machine learning has greatly enhanced the fidelity of this conversion. All this only means that we now have a variety of sources for input for 3D body processing. And when you have different sources and methods, you also have different problems. So let's talk about some of those challenges. With any 3D scan, the first major issue that we face is of alignment. There can be various types of misalignment. Out of those, the most common one is likely to be the coordinate system mismatch. Though there is an ISO standard on this, we found that each scanner has its own choice of which axis will be along the height of the person. This is usually the case with the booth-based or turntable scanners. The fix for this is obviously very simple. It's a transformation. But then the OBJ format does not have the axis information in it, and hence we have to detect the orientation of the body ourselves. For this, we need to identify the primary features of the body. Another harder problem related to alignment is when the scan is generated using handheld scanner and there is a slight tilt or twist in the facing of the subject towards the camera. Quite often these are minor shifts and are imperceptible to a human eye, but they can cause significant deviations in the measurements. To conduct this study, we chose a sample set of about 30 models of different sizes, shapes and postures. I am using a sample set of 4 scan models for illustration purposes here. The bodies were standing in different poses, mostly facing the camera when loaded and tilted either to the left or right. We measured the back shoulder width of actual subject manually. Then we measured the same automatically but did not align the model. As you can see from the results, it is observed that there is a deviation of 4% to 8% in the back shoulder width measurement from the actual measurement depending upon the misalignment. The cause of the deviation was due to the error in locating the shoulder landmarks. Some models were just slightly misaligned, not detectable by the human eye, yet a difference of about an inch was observed. In 3D measure-up, we use an iterative geometric technique to solve this problem of alignment. We apply the best fit plane method, which is similar to best fit curve in 2D. The best fit plane for the set of vertices for a human body scan corresponds to the coronal or frontal plane. The coronal plane of the measurement system is along the XY plane. The transformation matrix required to align the coronal plane of the scan with the coordinate system can be found using a similar matrix manipulation. This transformation matrix is then applied to the human scan to align it with our measurement coordinate system. This method has been found reliable for bodies of all shapes, sizes and postures. It is observed that this method is less computationally intensive as well. There is some additional processing required to detect whether the model is facing away from the camera or flipped upside down or both, in which case the model just needs a 180-degree rotation along the y-axis or x-axis depending on the situation. The same sample set was measured again. This time, the measurements were extracted after applying auto alignment using the previously described technique. As you can see, the deviation in back shoulder width got reduced to less than 2% and measurements generated are much closer to the manual measurements. The landmarks most affected by misalignment are the shoulder points, side neck points, armpits, etc. Since these are primary landmarks for most of the measurements and girths, overall reliability of the measurements depend a lot on their accurate detection. Thus, it is very critical to have the scans automatically aligned perfectly before we extract the measurements. Here's a short video which demonstrates the problem and the fix using 3D MeasureUp. The model on the left side is a raw body scan which is not aligned perfectly. On the right side, we use auto align button to realign the scan correctly. We can see the difference in measurements of the back shoulder width. It's almost 3/4 of an inch. You can also see how the back shoulder line is incorrect on the left side and how it gets fixed when the model is aligned perfectly. Now let's move on to the next major problem in automatic extraction of measurements, which is related to variation in posture of the subjects. Traditional measurement extraction systems have heavily relied on highly constrained standard poses such as A or T. As I described earlier, there is a surge in number of sources that capture body scans, and it's not possible to guarantee a perfect A or T pose. Not only that, most of the measurement extraction techniques have based their algorithms assuming bodies of perfect and symmetrical proportions. This is not the case. Scoliosis is a relatively common condition that causes the spine to curve and rotate in a C or S shape instead of a straight line. It is estimated that curves greater than 10 degrees are seen in approximately 3% of the population. There are plenty more variations in postures, such as stoop posture, hollow back, slumped or rounded shoulders. When working with body scans and their measurements, one thing we realize is that it is very critical to extract the body measurements of people in their natural postures. Imagine you are getting a new suit. If you get yourself measured in an A pose, you will definitely get a perfect fitting suit for yourself when you are standing in A pose. But how often you are going to be standing in A pose? For a good fitting suit, the measurement ought to be taken when you are standing in your natural relaxed posture. And remember, there will be a variation in the 3D scan and the body measurements if you are scanned in A pose as against relaxed pose. How you stand in front of the scanner will surely impact shoulder measurements, chest measurements, leg and hip measurements. This table illustrates the deviation from actual measurements when we do not consider posture while extracting measurements. We compared the back shoulder width measurements produced using algorithms and machine learning models trained for erect postures and those developed considering non-standard postures. The cases considered were stooping pose, frozen shoulder, rounded shoulder, square shoulder, and sloping shoulders. Again, we observed that there was a deviation of 2% to 8% depending on the posture. And just as in misalignment, the main cause of the deviation is due to error in locating the shoulder landmarks. To extract accurate measurements, machine learning models need to be trained for different armpit misalignments vertically as well as twist along the y-axis. To calculate the chest circumference at armpit level, the approach of inserting a horizontal plane at a landmark such as the right armpit level does not work. One option is to insert an oblique plane inserted between the left armpit and the right armpit. The other option is to take the average of girths at the left and right armpit levels. Similar corrections are required for circumferences in the thoracic region like the waist, abdomen, and hip. These problems are aggravated in case of relaxed standing pose. In 3D MeasureUp, we fix these problems by using a mix of computer vision algorithms and specifically trained machine learning models trained on such cases. Following table demonstrates the improvements that we achieved with our new approach. As you can see, there is a significant reduction in deviation, and in some cases, we have achieved nearly the perfect measurement. Though there are many more challenges related to postures, I am going to discuss one last now, which is caused by fused body parts with 3D body scan when the subject is scanned in a relaxed posture. In such scans, there are two main areas where there is a major impact on the mesh quality. The arms get fused with the torso. The fused mesh areas cause problems in identification of armpit points and upper body features. In the lower body region, the meshes around the thigh region fuse with each other and adversely impact the identification of the crotch points and hence dependent measurements like inseams. We know that these are exactly the kind of problems which the A and T poses try to circumvent. But as I explained, it creates its own set of challenges. For a comfort fit garment, the measurements need to be taken in a pose that is the natural and at ease posture of the person. A and T poses tend to make the person stand erect and raise the upper body, especially the shoulders and the chest area. The table in this shows the deviation in the chest, girth and back shoulder width in the T pose, A pose and standing relaxed pose. As you can see, the deviation for chest girth can be as high as 6+%, while for back shoulder width, it can go up to 9%. We also studied the deviation of waist measurements when the subject is standing in relaxed pose. In T pose, waist measurements can be off by 8%. Bicep is another part of the body that can measure differently when the subject is standing in relaxed pose. It also changes up to 2%. What's our approach to tackle the fused mesh? First, we identify the case of fused body features by using geometry algorithms. Once we identify these cases, the next challenge is to identify the boundaries of these fused parts. Using ML techniques, we identify the region of the body and get a context. After this, we locate the pits in the mesh to finally get the boundaries. We then extrapolate these boundaries by using side curve computation method to form a closed curve which approximately models to the human body shape. Here's a quick video which shows the problem and solution. As you can see, in the upper body region, the arms are fused with the torso, and in the lower body region, the thighs are joined. After applying our fix as I described earlier, we are correctly able to get the chest girth and the crotch length measurements using 3D measure. At 3D MeasureUp, we have faced many such interesting challenges while working with body scans and extracting accurate measurements. And we have solved them using various techniques. So what is 3D MeasureUp? We are a perfect body scan measurement platform. We do automatic landmark identification and extract 100+ measurements from 3D body scans. As I described earlier, we do automatic alignment. We also support custom landmarks and measurements. 3D MeasureUp technology can be leveraged by you in 3 different ways. As an end user, you can use our web application which runs on any platform or any device in a browser to perform standard and custom measurements. This is ideal for retail users and designers. As an OEM app, you can quickly create your own branded web application deriving from our web application. Any web developer should be able to create one in a matter of days. This is ideal for 3D scanner companies to offer their own branded measurement app with their hardware. Third, as an API, We have APIs which can be called from your application or web service. These REST APIs are very simple and easy to integrate. These are useful for companies who want to add value to their existing applications by incorporating body measurements feature. Our pricing model for all offerings are fair and usage based. We do not have any enormous setup cost. We are one of the most affordable solutions in the market today. And we take confidentiality very seriously. We use the data only and only for measurement extraction. We do not use our customer data to train our machine learning algorithms or for analytics purposes. Thank you very much, and please visit us at www.3dmeasureup.com.
So thank you very much, Rajesh, for this very comprehensive presentation of your solution. May I ask our attendees if we have some questions for Rajesh? So we have different ways. I think I'm turning to Marco. So you can ask some questions in the different chat systems. May I ask Marco if I forgot one way to ask questions or to comment?
No, I can go on. I don't see at the moment anyone like raising hands doing so. If you,
I can see one question from Carol McDonald there on the chat window.
Where is it? Ah, okay, yeah.
So the question is, how would you use this for dynamic poses? So Carol, I would, I might be misunderstanding the question, but you mean dynamic poses means video, right? So right now we are only supporting static scans, like 3D scans, which are not dynamic. We don't change, but we do support any posture for that matter. So videos are not. Videos or multiple frames are not supported, right? And so I hope that's Carol, that provides some insight into what the answer to your question. The next one is from Dawn. I see on the chat window here. The question is, are your scans suitable for medical records and personal history trend analysis? So again, our measurements, I mean, your question is about, are our measurements suitable for medical records? So we haven't we are not certified by any institute, but we are used by orthotics companies, which are, I believe, come in the category of medical industry. And then yes, they can be used for personal history because the body shape changes. We can keep them and then keep find out the differences at 200 potential measurements as the body. So we have been used by fitness industry for recording just that, the shape in body change as the time progresses.
Thank you very much, Rajesh. I'm looking at my students. No, they're a bit shy today, so sorry. So Carol, you have another question. So Rajesh, I don't know if you see the new question by Carol.
I can see. So Carol has asked that if someone is static running pose, could your technique be used? I guess, we identify landmarks in body using machine learning techniques. So it is kind of pose agnostic. We are, we can handle poses, and the most challenging pose is actually for us the relaxed pose, because that's where the most fused body parts, there is a maximum fusion. in running pose, I have never tested it, but from an algorithm point of view, I think we will handle it. We also handle just the partial bodies. So as I said, we are agnostic about the pose itself.
Yeah, because I was going to ask that. If you think on application for custom-made dress or just sizing, you may have just maybe a frontal 3D, and it will probably enough to guess your measure, but you have an incomplete 3D model, so it's probably harder to do some of the stuff that you do if you have just the front or just a limited set of the scans. So you also tackled that problem. So you know how to work on partial scans.
The partial scan, I meant something else. I meant partial scan means just the foot scan. If you are saying just the frontal scan, no, actually that's a different problem. That means you have to rely on prediction of the body shape, right? We rely on full scans, means complete scans. I mean, they should be front and back. They should be 3D scans, like a watertight mesh. Because if the mesh is not complete, then our measurements actually are geometric. So they are as accurate as your scan. Only the machine learning only we use for identification of body features. But the measurements we extract from the 3D geometry data. So that's why we are not we do have a module where we can convert photo to a 3D scan. But again, obviously it's not going to be accurate because it's a predictive algorithm there about the body shape.
Thank you.
So I think we have a last question from Carol. Oh, two. So Rajesh, if you can choose one, I think we have 2-3 minutes more. So please, Rajesh.
Yes. So there are you looking to expand to body segments such as feet? Yes, we support foot measurement. And just use a partial scan, like just foot scan, or now we are working on hand scan. So one of the companies in US, they are leading manufacturer of orthotics. They use us and they only use foot scans. So that we support. And next question is, do you want 2 views or 3 views or front and both sides? So for scan, there is no question about views. It's a OBJ model, right, Carol? It's a 3D scan. So there is no concept of view there. But photographs, right now, we are just relying on one view, which is a frontal view. We have been working on multiple views and making it more accurate. But currently, we just support frontal view.
So
Thank you.
I think, yes, it's all the questions that we have. So I would like to thank you very much, Rajesh, and I think we can, applaud you because it was a very comprehensive presentation and your product is very impressive. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christoph, for your opportunity, and thank you all for attending my presentation. I'm really honored. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I will introduce now our next speaker. It's Dylan. So I have prepared a little bit with Dylan what I could say to introduce him. So very quickly, so Dylan is CEO of Empava. And as you said, through Empava, you are combining your passion for storytelling through design with your background in technology and client management. Whoa. And you are based in Los Angeles, California. So welcome, Dylan. So please, you have the floor.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And Rajesh, such a cool program and software that you're building. So really cool to see that. Okay, so also before I go ahead and share my screen, I just want to say, since I'm in LA, it's 6 a.m. here. So if I trip up on any words or thoughts, please be patient or bear with me. But I'm excited to jump in and share with you guys our software. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. So can everyone see my presentation here with this Web3D slide? Guessing that's a yes. I don't hear anyone, but
Yes.
okay, cool. Christoph. Great. Just wanted someone to confirm. If we're good, I'll jump in. Okay, so data to design using 3D avatars to assess and improve business relationships. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with CRMs. That stands for client or customer relationship management software. So what Impava is doing, that's the name of our startup, is taking client data from these CRMs and converting them into these 3D animated characters and avatars. And what that's going to do is create a whole new visual way and a whole new, I guess, yeah, just visual way of conveying client data in a more effective and totally new way of looking at client information. And you're going to see exactly why and how that goes. So let's go to the next slide here. All right. So the 3 core pillars for an avatar-based CRM. So personification of data, effective computing, and gamification of work. So I'll explain through the rest of this presentation exactly what these 3 pillars mean and what they look like for Impava and the software. These are really the 3 tenets of our philosophy of why we're really excited about this and why we think it's so effective, and why it's a new way of looking at client management. So the outcome of these 3 core pillars is a more vested relationship building with more proactive client contact attentiveness and more easily conveying instant insights to your entire teams. Okay, so let's look at what current solutions look like before we get into what ours is. So if it ain't broke, why fix it? I think this is a great question. I think almost every business today uses some form of a CRM or at least an Excel spreadsheet. And we're not trying to necessarily compete with these guys and run them out of business. They do what they do well. They're here for a reason. But there's also a lot of ways in which they're lacking. I think every technology eventually goes from optimizing to evolving. If you look at these things and realize that this is the way that most people are doing business, or these things, I mean, it makes sense. There's a lot of ways to convey information and data really quickly. But in a lot of ways, it looks like it's due for an update. This almost to me looks like looking at someone, if you say, hey, can you email me? And they ask if they can fax it instead. I think this is how we've done things for the last 20 years, probably in online businesses and in computing. And to me, that's kind of a time to say, okay, where are we going next? Especially if you look at, in the last decade, we've shifted more and more to a digital first kind of way of doing business with business clients. But even more so in the last 2 years, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, really, we've completely reworked the way we look at the future of work and how we're doing business with our clients. Everything now is online. So our philosophy is that it makes sense, if everything is online, to not just have these spreadsheets and these data insights, but to have these avatars of ourselves and of our clients online as well, to really base these relationships on that we're building with them. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is an example I just felt like it was fun to share. Obviously, I'm definitely not saying that what we're doing is any way comparable to any of these huge technologies, but I think there's a lot of similarities in looking at how, with cell phones, initially they were saying, okay, before, back in the day when we had cell phones, every new edition was just smaller and smaller. How small can we get a cell phone? Then eventually said, okay, it's time we look at things differently. It's not just about how small we can make it in the size. When we got the iPhones and smartphones, we kind of went a different direction. Same with TVs. It's not just about, hey, how clear can we make this picture? How stable? We've got color, then we got on demand. We went in totally different direction. Same with computers. It wasn't just about how much memory we can convey or what that looks like. But once we got graphics and internet, it became a whole new ballgame. And Wi-Fi. So again, every technology eventually goes from optimizing to evolving. So if we go back here, I think we've optimized this a good amount. The optimization of Salesforce, what they can do is really impressive now. But in my mind, it's time we don't just optimize, but we evolve what we're looking at. So what that looks like is going from this to this. So this is our dashboard. So what we do is we'd automatically sync a client's CRM data, say, for example, with Salesforce, if they're a Salesforce user. They already have this data, all their client information on their Salesforce platform. So we can automatically sync that to our platform, which converts the client CRM data into live 3D avatars. So Impava utilizes these 3 pillars, which we're going to talk about, to take a whole new approach to depicting and assessing client health. So this is a static image. If we have time after this, I'm happy to go into a live demo of the platform. But you can see in this example, now all my clients went from, again, looking at just a couple of names on a list here and what they do, their number, all this, into these 3D full fluid characters. You can see their health score. You can see if they're sad, if they're happy, what's going on with them. And what this does is it turns all of your clients all of a sudden from that stale spreadsheet into this powerful living environment, this living home for your clients. And they become real characters. You really start to be aware of them and care about them and hope that they're going to smile. And how do you get them to be happy and smile rather than sad? It's not by like feeding them in-game tokens, but by providing them better service, by making sure your contact is on point, making sure all these metrics are hit, which we'll get into in a little bit. But this is what our dashboard looks like. So now we talked about the 3 pillars. We can get into the first one, which is personification of data. I'm so sentimental. I love the idea of, I'm all about letting humans be humans and even letting something that's not human be human. And in that way, I mean like just adding kind of a sentimental connection to it in technology. And obviously 3D design is a great way to pull that out and to add sentimentality and emotion to something. And that's what we try and do here with Empava. So reading and analyzing a spreadsheet or a client report doesn't come naturally to most of us, but seeing and interpreting a smiling face or an angry client does. As humans, that's just the way we're built. That's the way we're wired, is to know, is to read faces, to read facial cues, to know that happy face is good, sad face should be bad, should be sad. And so with Empava, we're kind of hijacking this like evolutionary trait and using that for better optimized work performance with our client and account managers. So making client data not only more visual, but more human allows for easy to digest, easy to interpret data and assessments for everyone involved at a moment's glance. So my background, I guess I should have said this earlier, but I was a client management, client success manager for a tech startup previously before leaving to found this company. And so part of my job was I had 50 clients to make sure they were happy with our service, make sure they're not going to cancel, they're going to renew, everything is great. So I'd send out emails when they, every couple of weeks to make sure they're happy, schedule monthly calls, and put out any fires. And then I had a director above me. So every day I'd have a meeting with him in the morning and in the evening before leaving at the end of the day. And he'd say, how's this client? How's this client? Because he didn't know the nitty gritty. He wasn't into the inside stuff. And then even above him, the company CEO, he especially didn't know the nitty gritty, of what was going on with all of our clients. He would never go into Salesforce or the spreadsheets. Of course, he was just too busy to go into the day-to-day. So he wouldn't know what's going on. And then eventually, if say a client canceled out of nowhere, well, for him, it would be out of nowhere. He would say, what happened say with Jeff from Amazon? He was our most important client. How'd that happen? So with this personification of data and using the visualization that is this 3D medium, we can really easily convey things really quickly. So instead of having let's say a CEO of a company have to dive into the weeds of a spreadsheet and see how clients are doing, how they're responding, it's one quick glance at the dashboard and saying, hey, Alex is happy, great. Or hey, what was it, Ben from Amazon, who's our most important client, is sad or angry. We got to fix that. So everyone now can see this data. And so it's taking all these metrics that we have, and we'll get into what these metrics look like, but it's taking all these metrics and turning them from kind of a cumbersome, overweight or overwhelming spreadsheet and putting them into something we can all understand, which is a happy or sad character. And not only for, say, the CEO or for the director, but now the entire company can share in the wins and rally around fixing the things that need to be fixed. So if we just signed Ben from Amazon and our whole company is, hey, that's awesome, we just got this client, we kind of forget things after the sale. Well, how happy, like in so many tech companies that I've been in and worked with, and if a company gets a big sale, the whole sales floor is clapping. But then what actually happens once you have them, we kind of lose that interest once they're actually a client. We stop celebrating how happy they are or stop fearing how sad they are because we just really almost care about the sale. What this does, it says, okay, we have, say, Ben from Amazon, but now the entire company easily at a quick glance can say, hey, Ben from Amazon is smiling, he's happy, we're doing a great job. Or, oh no, Ben from Amazon or Apple or whatever company you want to use in this example, say is angry or sad or lonely or something is going on. Now everyone sees this and we can all find a solution. Sure, it's the account manager's job first and foremost, but maybe the developer knows that there's a bug going on that we can rally around and fix, or something else that really, so we can, as a team, have team successes and and challenges to overcome together. And that's all comes from this pillar of personification of data and utilizing this 3D visualization to look at these spreadsheets and data in an all new way. Okay, so let's see. Data will talk to you if you're willing to listen to it. This was a fun quote I found online from a gentleman named Jim Bergeson. And I think it's absolutely true. But I thought what's one fun thing about what Empava is, we're not just hoping people know how to listen to the data, but we're basically giving the people a translator. Not everyone can listen and decode data. So with Empava, by converting that data into these human avatars, ideally we're all now, decoders of data and can all listen. So that's one way we're changing the way we look at things. So effective computing. Effective computing is another pillar, the second pillar we're going to talk about. Effective computing is the study and development of systems and devices that can recognize, interpret, process, and simulate human effects. It's an interdisciplinary field spanning computer science, psychology, and cognitive science. It's just kind of a fancy way of saying it's a way of making computers more human and making human interaction with computers more intuitive and empathetic. It's kind of a newer term as the gaps between kind of technology and computer interactions and human behavior get closer and closer. But it's something that we're really big believers in with Empava, and we think is a core tenet of what we're doing. Empava's digital avatars currently emote 6 different moods based on different relationship metrics and daily ebbs and flows. So these moods are depicted based on live metrics such as email cadence, bilateral response time, conversation sentiment, and meeting habits. This is kind of the lifeblood of Empava's whole system. If the moods aren't accurate, it's not going to be worth very much. It's not going to be very helpful. And based on how we're getting everything in an automated kind of synchronized fashion, no one metric is going to tell the entire story. Nothing can really be that whole fortune teller or like magic 8-ball that says exactly how a client feels. But what we found is through all these combined metrics, all the pieces together do a really great job of telling that story. Of course, still, we're not a fortune teller. I can't tell you that it's going to be 100% accurate, but we've gotten pretty close. And so some ways to be a little more specific is how we tell what a healthy client looks like for, say, a sad client, is how frequently are they responding to your emails? How frequently are you responding back? If you've forgotten to email them in a certain amount of time, that's going to lose points on your client health. If they're quick to respond and they're responsive too, that's going to give you points. But of course, what's the content of the emails that they're saying? Are they responding in a very angry fashion or happy? So we also have natural language processing within these email synchronization. So we can see, is it a happy email? Is it an angry email? That's also going to affect your mood. Do you have monthly meetings set with them or weekly meetings? There's not to get too nitty gritty on this presentation, but there's sliders. So if we sign up a client for us and they say, hey, Dylan, it's really important that we talk to our clients, we're emailing them once a week, or we're emailing them once a month. Whatever that sensitivity is, we're going to be able to set how sensitive your avatar characters are going to be. So that's going to set how much attention or how little attention they're going to require to continue to grow and be happy. So that's effective computing. The one other thing is, and I did this job, so I can say this from experience, when I would get an email, say from a client that needed something, usually I would like to respond as fast as I could, but sometimes you just kind of get ahead of yourself or you get in the weeds with other things going on. It's kind of easy to just forget an email in your inbox. I think all of us, whether we've been in this kind of line of work or not, it's easy to kind of just overlook something like that email. You can even, if you get a text, a notification reminder, it's easy to just like hit that X and dismiss it. We can kind of forget that, out of sight, out of mind. But when you have a character that you've grown attached with, like one of these avatars, and it's connected to a real person, your point of contact at a company, it's really hard to ignore them or overlook them. When they're crying or sad or tapping their feet because they're waiting or begging for a response from you, you can't really hide that. And not only can you not hide that from yourself, but you can't hide it from your boss and your supervisor, for better or worse. So you're going to wonder, hey, Dylan, why is, say, Jan from Apple waiting on this response that hasn't come yet? So that's another way we kind of look at doing things. So our third and final pillar here is gamification of work. I love gaming. I love gamification. I used to be a camp counselor way back in the day, and I used it as a cheat sheet all the time to get my campers to do whatever they needed to do. I'd make games if they were first one to make their bed in the morning would win a prize. Person who can go the longest without speaking during a lineup would win a prize. I thought it was really effective there, and obviously in a very different way, it continues to be very effective in the workplace. Especially now, I think the majority of people that are in the workforce have had some experience rather with video games or more accustomed to tools that we can implement. So we can kind of channel all the good things about gaming and all kind of almost the addictive behaviors that sometimes might not even be as healthy. We can kind of use it for good in building better, more healthier, more proactive relationships if we can hit the right buttons. By the way, this is kind of a non sequitur or a separate point, but Empava, just for kind of give you a hint of where all this is coming from, stands for empathy avatars, and we just smashed the two together because our whole goal through all this is bringing empathy to the workplace and doing that through these avatars and empathy through these relationship building. Okay, so let me read this real quick. Let's see how much time I have. So gaming, so gamifying client health with factors such as time to respond, time to resolve issue, etc., and rewarding users with impactful visualization like happy, smiling avatars or punishing them with sad or distressed avatars allows Empava to incorporate effective traits of gamification. Additionally, numerous other in-app features add to Empava's gamification aspects. Think Tamagotchi for the workplace. I don't know how many of you have had experience with Tamagotchis back in the day, but in the 90s, it was this really fun little keychain toy that almost everybody had. At least they did, like when I was in elementary school. And this little pet that you had, and you would feed it, and it'd be happy. And if you didn't feed it, it'd be sad. And basically, we're taking that same kind of behavior, but turning that into our client relationships and our client accounts. So how do you feed that Tamagotchi in this case to make it happy? Is providing great service, emailing them in a quick fashion, fixing their bugs or issues. How do you make them sad? Is doing the opposite, kind of neglecting them, forgetting them, letting them stay with these issues that go unresolved. On top of that, we have a page here where you can kind of see client with highest score, client with low score. So this adds to the gamification. You see kind of how your client health has been over different periods of time. You kind of see a little stock ticker of like different moods going up and down. There's also a champion status. We have happy as one of the positive moods, and then above that is champion status, which is like a goal to unlock, kind of, which you can only get if certain metrics are hit after a certain amount of time. So that is gamification of work here from a website called startkiwi.com that also is a big believer in gamification. Just grab this chart. I think hopefully if you've had experience with gamification, all of you are big believers in it, as I am. Of course, it has to be done right. No one wants to get too in the weeds with the game when you're trying to get work done. But if it's done right, here's a great chart that kind of just explains some ways in which it's really beneficial. Chart, I should say, graph for this image. Okay, so kind of ran through a lot of this, but that's the majority of Empava current use cases in this client management sphere. I come from the world of account and client management, so we're building this avatar-based CRM with that in mind, because that's, fight the battle first. But as we continue to grow, there's tons of other use cases for this kind of avatar-first way of looking at our digital relationships. For other examples, could be sales team management. If you're a manager of a sales team, you could assess how your team is doing. Student behavior, success monitoring. If I'm a parent and my student's at school and I want to see how he's doing while I'm not there, I could have a little student avatar version of him, or the teacher could have student avatars of their students. Elder care, if I have to put an elderly loved one in a nursing home, say, or I can't be around them, I can monitor their health or their behavior as an avatar version that the nursing home might provide. Patient care, if I'm a therapist or a doctor and I have many patients that I'm keeping track of, I can monitor patient health for my own sake with something like this. Freelance client management, I don't have to be a big company with Salesforce. I can manage my own freelance clients in a simplified version of our product. Employee monitoring, just in general, see employee attentiveness. These are all ways we can potentially grow with Empava. So if any of you guys have any other ideas or suggestions, please feel free. I'm always happy to listen. But this kind of concludes where we are. So summary and conclusion. Based on the core pillars of personalization, effective computing, and gamification of work, visualizing data and client relationships through 3D avatars look to improve engagement, client relationships, and shared team insights. So where we are also, we're a young company. We've went through our first accelerator this summer, and we're currently in beta with some pilot clients. So we're still pretty fresh, but we're really we've learned a lot. We've had some great responses. So we're really excited to kind of hopefully be at the frontier of a lot of this avatar and 3D first client insights and relationship building. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and say thank you guys for listening. Hopefully I didn't talk too fast.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Thank you for this very comprehensive and great presentation. So it's very impressive. We have already 2 or 3 questions for you. May I ask you, Dylan, if you see them in the chat window?
Yeah, let me just take a look and read them. How do you view the service delivery as a function of service agreement or warranty claims as a product guarantee and warranty? If your client agreed to send you product use system messages and or telemetry, how do you interpret it and juxtapose to your engagement encounters? Okay, this is a great question. And if I can't answer it, it's a good question to have because it means I need to learn how to answer it for my own sake. Let's see. How do you view the service delivery as a function of service level agreement or warranty claims as a function of product? So this isn't the avatars that we're building is new territory, but as far as like client health metrics and client success, that's not new territory. And I think companies understand that they're, if I understand your question right, is you're saying how can we kind of guarantee what these moods are acting like and if it's accurate and if how this goes. So I'll say that they kind of know that there is no guarantee. It's just like everyone is looking for an edge in technology. And you know they know that we do the best we can. I don't know that's a great enough answer. I have to probably think about this a little more because it is a great question, but that's what I'd say for now. If I can move on to let's see. For this is from appeals for the vision side, client face would not help. I suspect some people may respond even more diligently if the avatar was a puppy or even a plant. By using a plant, there are a lot more visual clues than you can use to represent the mood state. But really, have you considered other non-human avatars? Yeah, non-human avatars, that's a great question. So our current plan is we're still building this feature is to kind of have an API linked with LinkedIn, because we have the clients already synced to Salesforce and other places. So we kind of can look at a profile picture on LinkedIn and automatically kind of arrange a avatar based on their appearance. So our goal initially was to make the avatar look closely to resemble the point of the contact. But with that comes a whole other kind of dangerous situation if you get it wrong and there's like kind of something they're not happy with the way they've been created. I will say that the clients themselves don't see this. It's just one side. So this is just for the account manager. But it is tricky because there is a whole when it comes to like what does a person look like. There's just, you know, with like different racial issues and like skin color and things, you don't want to really get that wrong. So currently we're playing around with just like giving everyone say blue skin or something and we're safe, where it's just like instead of going for accurate or true to life, just go the other direction. Puppies are also interesting. Or plants, but I think it is important to kind of to some extent have them be a visualization of the client themselves. Because if I have 50 clients, because again, as a manager, I'm still emailing this person, I'm calling them, I'm having meetings with them. So if I can see them as this like 3D visualization of that person, it will really help sync this avatar that I see with the real person, and then increase the kind of the connection and the impetus to build that relationship. It's interesting though to see if a sad face wouldn't help. That's something that maybe we'll have to do, like get further, you know, experience on or further studies on. But that's good feedback. Tamagotchi, that stuck to me when you started with your first slide. Amazingly creative. Cool. So hopefully I try to answer those. Let's see if William, if you have any clarification, if you want to ask something, a follow up, happy to dive in. Do you allow for creating your own avatars and parameters? Blue skin, yellow skin is perceived by perhaps the plan is better. So we could allow for creating our own avatars eventually, but the one issue we kind of want to get away from is when we're selling this to clients about increasing work productivity. If this is too heavy on like the avatar and game aspect, it might they're going to shy away. Because if I have 50 clients, say this account manager has 50 clients that they're onboarding, and each client needs to be like customly made in a custom manner, it's going to take away a little too much time from the day-to-day tasks. So by just having everything instantly like imported and automated, it just makes for just an easier sell and an easier kind of way to go from these spreadsheets that they're used to the avatars. James Costa, how do you? Okay, I'm reading Williams.
Congratulations.
Sorry?
Your questions.
Oh yeah, sure. So changes constant. How does the interface account or illustrate the turnover of the client for the account? Do you see pressures of the recent past for the same account? If I'm reading right, when you say same account, William, that's another good question. If you're saying like point of contacts on the account, so say if Amazon is my account, most of the time I don't just have one guy like Ben from Amazon, right? This whole deal, there's 10 people that might be related to the account, and maybe Ben is my main point of contact. But throughout the relationship, I could be talking to 5 others. So how we do that is within the account, each account actually has like different clickable people. So it comes from Salesforce, so automatically has all the account like holders listed, and then I can change from Tom to someone else. We actually have a feature where if you're not getting anywhere with say Ben, he's like not emailing you or responding. A big strategy within client success and account management is to find someone who's more receptive in the company. So we have a feature where you can go from say Ben to somebody else. Also, a lot of clients, people you talk to might not be the decision makers. So you might have someone who's super happy, you're doing a great job, but when it comes to signing the deal, actually it's someone else who's not very happy. So we also can know who's the decision maker and who's important to make happy. Okay, let's read Mathis. Wouldn't it be too distracting and hard to link the avatar to the client if it is too different from their appearance? Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, these are all definitely things to consider. And I think it's a fun challenge. That's one of the challenges when you're trying to marry data and kind of this like static, sterile kind of language into these like very visual, very 3D ways of doing things. So we just have to find like that the perfect kind of middle ground to be in. Sort of plans for customer engagement, Cactus. I love it. Yeah, that's a great idea, Carol. For me, I think the big thing is having it very human and being like this human aspect of connecting the human to the real world human. But I think it's totally it's a great idea to kind of go and potentially in a different way if it gets to be too like troublesome or problematic.
So thank you again, Donald. It's very, very interesting topics, and your solution is very, very promising. So thank you again. I propose you that we can applause a little bit because it was a very nice presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So it's great to be a part of the conference.
Thank you very much. So let's switch to our last presenter. So I will call Frédéric Boussière. So a few words of introduction. So you are co-founder and CTO of Bubbler. So let's correct, of course, if I pronounce well the name of your company. And
Bubbler, yeah.
Bubbler, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So you will present your solution. So I think it's a very trendy one. So I don't say the word. So I let you say it. So please, Frédéric.
Yeah, this is okay. Actually,
Hi, everyone.
recorded. Thank you for having us at the WEB3D for this paper. I am Frédéric Boussière. I'm the CTO of Bubbler. Bubbler is a virtual office solutions for companies working with remote teams. And our focus is about enhancing company culture and employees' well-being. So what's going to be the program for this paper? So first, the future of work. Then we're going to talk about Bubbler on the conceptual level, and then Bubbler on like a more technical aspect. Okay, let's jump in. So what are we talking about when we talk about the future of work? Are we talking about this?
Quinn, how's it hanging? It's Cohen, Mr. Jovi. And as we've told you before, it isn't hanging at all well. We're dying.
Are we talking about that?
Send a DCPD blue and white. Set up a perimeter until we're en route.
It's a gator from the feds here.
Yeah, I don't need some twink from the Fed poking around right now.
John, I wrote it down on your calendar. I left you a message at your house.
Check in with the papers ahead of forwarded. See if the neighbors knew where they went. Check all relations.
Checking neighbors and relations.
But John.
Fletch, just get him some coffee.
Why are we talking about that?
Arthur. Galahad. The others were beginning to wonder if we were going to have a double toast. Gentlemen, I'm thankful to say it's been 17 years since we last had occasion to use this decanter.
Yes, I think we're talking about remote collaboration. So how did it start? Well, COVID happened, right? And we all worked from home. Working remotely It's not something like just new. It was already existing like before COVID for both remote working as well like remote learning and as well like virtual events. But now this trend has been more visible thanks to COVID. So we all work from home and yeah, we like it. We have a flexible schedule, flexible location, we can work from everywhere. We have no commuting time, so we save time and there's no pollution, amazing. And we have more time for family, and so we can go pick up the kids at school and stuff like that. So now as the COVID is fading away, it's time for us to go back to the office. But we want to keep this advantage, right? So what are the advantages for companies? First, on average, it's been proven that employees working from home work more hours. As well, there's a reduction of space. We don't need as big offices as before, so it means like lower rent. You can go up to $1,000 per employee per month. And in terms of recruitment, it's much more interesting. We're not limiting ourselves to the city, but we can recruit like on the national or international level. Everything looks great, right? But there's many downsides. Okay, first, for employees, there's a confusion between work time and personal time, right? And this is not good for the personal well-being. As well, we have an increase of burnouts. If they are single and they work at home, no one is able to notice them. In terms of network, we tend to prioritize the close network, but we are losing our distant network. As well, there's more competition from other cities or other countries, right? Imagine your company is based in France and they adapt to remote working. Well, now they can hire in France, but maybe they can hire somewhere else in a country in development to cut costs, right? So this is a danger for employees from first world countries. And as well, the downsides for companies. Well, a big one is like the loss of company culture. Let's say you have a new employee. You want to introduce him to the different colleagues and sort of see the vibe of a company, but you cannot do that anymore if you just do a regular video conference. As well, the turnover is much higher because if people don't feel involved in a company, if someone asks them, oh, do you want to work for us just for 100 euros more? You can be like, yeah, sure, because I have no attachment to my company. Another thing is like the loss of trust between employees. You never know who is working, you start to doubt, we don't see them working. Another thing is like the unequal access to information. If someone is in the office during like a few days during the week and the other one is working from home, he won't be able to access the same way the information, and this is complicated on a long term. As well, we have a low serendipity, which is basically a low chance to have happy encounters. It means we won't have two people running to each other in a corridor and just say, oh, how is it going? And then to talk about the project and then maybe solving a problem just because they mention it. Now everything is being scheduled on an online meeting. If it's not fitting this online meeting, it won't be talked about. So this is pretty bad for creativity and innovation in general. So why are we having all these problems? It's because like the organization of companies have been done around the physical office. So how are we tackling this? How are we embracing remote working? Because remote working could be a great thing. So this is where Bubbler arrives. So Bubbler is a virtual office solutions for companies working either in remote or hybrid work. Let me show you our promo video. That's the best way for you to understand what we're doing.
Hi Jess.
Good morning.
Hi Bob.
Hey.
See you at the meeting in 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you there.
Morning, morning.
Morning.
Amir, remind me that we have to talk about the prototype after the meeting.
Yes, sure.
Hey guys, sorry I'm a little late.
Okay everyone, let's start the meeting.
Thank you. I will share with you our latest data. Here is the graph for 2021.
You wanted to discuss about the prototype?
Yes, Amir, I have some concern about the design. Obviously, you always have good inputs. Come with me. Good morning, Lynn. I would like to introduce you to Amir, the head of the dev team. Could you have a look at the design and give him some recommendation, please?
Yes, no problem.
Great. I'll let you discuss together. I need to catch up with Jess.
See you.
See you.
Bubbler offers customizable and realistic offices for like a better distinction between work time and personal time. As well, there's a higher illusion of real. So this is directly linked to emotional memory and the moment you spend with your colleagues in a space which looks like real, right? Even if it's virtual. So it's much better for B2B and HR, right? You bring a client or you bring a potential new talent, they can see what's going on in the office, they can see the vibe. This is a great plus. And so this virtual space is a unique workspace for all. It gives equal access to the information. That's easier for management because you can see people like physically working, you can see where they are and what they're doing. And that make a stronger trust between colleagues and as well like between employees and managers. As well, we allow like informal discussions because we have the same, the virtual coffee machine or the virtual water fountain. Employees will be able to meet and have discussion as they used to do before, talk about their kids, for example. And this will create a stronger social network inside the company. As well, because we can see each other in a more informal way, there's less chance for burnouts, because if you see your colleague not feeling well, you can spot it right away. Also, as I was just mentioning before, we allow like impromptu meetings. So we have a coffee machine, we can discuss about a subject, and this is very good for creativity and innovation in general. All right, so how does it work on the technical level? So we try to be as inclusive as possible, which means it's browser-based. There's no need to install anything. That works on Chrome for now, and hopefully soon on all navigators when they will just upgrade themselves to the latest tech. That works on all computers, so I mean even a very slow computer, it's working on it. So for that, we're using Babylon.js as a real-time 3D engine. We picked this one because it's reliable, it's compatible with AR and VR that we are developing next year. Also, there's a very strong community behind it, which is very important for us. If there's like a bug or a new feature we want, we can discuss with them, and usually within a few days we get an answer and maybe a fix. As well, like Babylon.js is web GPU ready, which means like very soon, early next year, the browser would allow us to use the full capability of a graphic card, and it's going to help us to have better graphics, more realistic. Finally, Babylon follows the standard of GLTF for 3D objects, which means like every designer can design a 3D environment and use it on our platform. So early next year, we're going to launch a marketplace where every designer will be able to post their 3D and be able to sell them. Here is a quick demo about Babylon.js for the one who doesn't know about it. Alright, so this was about a future of work and blah, blah, blah. What's beyond this, right? Well, just to open the debate, I guess we can try to imagine what's going to be, right? So everyone's working from home, so they can work from everywhere. So maybe people in big cities, they're going to move to smaller towns or maybe cheaper countries. Potentially, we're going to see more digital nomads everywhere, people like traveling and working at the same time. A third point would be Starlink. Maybe you heard about it. This new network of satellites would allow you to have a high speed and low latency, which is necessary for a video conference. And I think this is a great deal because now we can really work from everywhere. And when we started Bubbler, I had this image in my head, and this is like my personal dream. Well, thank you for listening until here. Please try our platform. It's free to use for now, bubbler.co. We are starting as well, like next month, a beta testing program. We're going to onboard a couple of companies we're going to use Bubbler for free in exchange of quality feedback. So that will help us to build the next features hand in hand with these companies. So if you're interested to be part of it, just contact me on fred@bubbler.co. We can discuss about the conditions. And now I'm very happy to listen to your questions.
Thank you very much, Frederic. So let's have a look to our chat window. So we see that Marco is reminding you that it's still possible to have some Q&A, I will say, in an asynchronous way. So after the session, may I ask you, our attendees, if you have any questions for Frederic? So I see the first one. So I don't know, Frederic, if you see the chat window.
Yeah, a question about if it's only limited to Office. Well, the starting point is like Office, but actually we can be hosting events. We've been already developing like an art gallery for an NFT installation. Right now, the platform is being used during the American Film Festival, like for movie producers, like featuring their movies. So I guess the Office is the starting point, and that's the biggest market. But the technology can be applicable for everything, from casual to more like event oriented. Yeah, I was asking a question about art gallery. Yeah, so basically like in the space, but we are allowed people to customize it, so you get closer, let's say, to a canvas, and you can just change the images, etc. So basically, like an art gallery, even there's like empty like frames everywhere, you can just change the whole space as you like. And if you want actually to go further in the customization, you can either make your own like 3D model or work with us to design your own office. What we are doing actually with this few companies I was mentioning for the beta testing. They want their own office, so we're designing for them to tailor-made exactly as they like. What's the equivalent of a coffee machine? Or you mean like a virtual equivalent? I don't know. In the States, like the water cooler. Yeah, actually the name comes from that. Actually, Bubbler is like the name I've been hearing in New York when we call for the water cooler. Well, I guess in the it's about like interior design. So in our case, it's like a virtual interior design. So how we place the different like offices, or how we place like the different individual booth. So when people leave a meeting or go from one place to another, they can casually meet. This is already like what has been done in real offices, like how to manage the flow based on when people are being in the office, etc. So we're doing the same approach actually for the virtual space. Yeah. If I answer the question.
So I have my own question. So Frederic, so, I'm working for EDF, you know, the Electricity of France, and especially the nuclear engineering entity. And that's true that sometimes we are working more and more with teams, especially. And yes, we have seen, I would say, after 2 years, all the advantages, and you're right, there are some drawbacks too. So my question is, my own work was about how we can collaborate around 3D models. And sometimes in engineering, the 3D models are quite complicated, quite complex by themselves. Are you already, I will say, investigating this kind of use cases to have teams of engineers trying to investigate a mechanical design issue on a 3D models, perhaps in the future, the famous digital twin?
Yeah. I mean, actually, that's how we started the first play, going to like a platform which is like a full 3D and not 2D, because I mean we can like embed like we can load like a 3D object in the scene, and we can just all be around and discuss about it. So we are on the platform for now. We use like just like a standard like format, and we are as well discussing with partners for like more advanced like 3D, like more like mechanical ones. So ideally, in your case, I can clearly see a bunch of engineers all around and having a 3D object which is as well animated, and people like pinpointing and collaborating around this. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Frederic. There is a last question.
What was the event and what was the response? Yeah, so we did a couple of events. It's like a month ago, we did a hackathon for like NASA, for like the city of Cairo. So basically, like there was like a couple of days when individual groups was like discussing on the platform, and after they were presenting in front of a jury. So we designed it like like a physical space, sorry, like virtual space was like floating in the atmosphere with like a view of Earth, and there was about 700 users in same time on the platform. And as well, like we're doing now, our second like film festival. We did like a Cannes festival this summer. So same for like a movie producer wanted to feature these different movies. And that's pretty much it for now. And hopefully new events coming soon. Yeah. In terms of response from users, I would say for first users, usually they're surprised. Especially for the people from the film festival, because attending like called festival or summit is like, of course, it's learning, talking about like business, etc. But it's always like sharing a moment. And I know like these guys doing film festival, they love like the after festival when it's on the beach or in the bar and sharing with like partners and making something like a strong and human like a connection. And when we recreated these 3D scenes about like film festival, we tried to get the vibe. So sort of sunset, palm trees, and all of that. So yeah, they clearly like these connections. I mean, this experience on the platform. So that was mostly like the good feedback we got on that. And as well, yes, sort of like when you have a Zoom meeting like now, we can memorize like the moment we have, but we don't have like a visual memory because it's sort of a grid with names. But when we're on the platform, we work on the like the visual memory. Oh yeah, I was in this place. It looked like Cannes, or it looks like Santa Monica, like for this week. And the memories like doesn't work the same way. So we really try to create the illusion of like a real moment spent with people. So as well on the platform, we try to push with quite good quality graphics. That was last question.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So cool, man. I loved everything I saw about it. So is your intention also not just like for certain meetings and like kind of coming in the morning, but if I'm like at my desk for say like 60 hours just doing my own work on my computer, but if I was in a real office, I might have my coworker at the desk next to me. We're not talking the whole time, but we're just next to each other. Is your intention that we still be in the environment and like with our cameras and mics on during our own like solo work, just to feel like it's a real place?
Yeah, correct. So based on bit on the policy of a company, but we imagine every employee can have their own like little booth, or maybe by a group of like 3 or 4. And each time there's a new employee, we can just modify the 3D space as well.
Yeah.
And you're on your little office in the morning. You open like our platform in one of the tab of Chrome, and when you're just working on something else, of course we cut the video and your mic, but you can still hear some of the ambient sound. So someone just come to your office and talk to you, say, "Hey Dylan, do you have a minute just to talk about something?" You just come back to the platform. You're already connected, and you have this like more easy talk instead of like scheduling a meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
to recreate that. So because I think like, especially like colleges and stuff, when you can get away with like turning your camera and your mic off, people just like to, because it's more secure to like not have it on. Is there something you do to encourage people or discourage people from like turning the mic and the camera off in general?
Well, like the sound, like I mean, in the platform is spatial, so it's not like here when everyone can listen at me. Like in our case, it's like because when I'm physically close to you, you can hear me, you can talk to me, but when I get further, like real, like unless I shout, you can't hear me.
That's great.
So we try to reproduce like the real like human like behaviors. Yeah, that's our approach for that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
So I would like to thank you very much, Frederic, for this great presentation and for all these answers that you have shared about this question. So thank you very much, and I think you can have some applause, you too.
Thank you for having us.
So we are close to the end of this session. So I would like again to thank all our presenters today. So thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Frederic, for your presentation. It was very comprehensive. Thank you for all your answers to the questions of our attendees. And I think you give a great view of what is today feasible and achievable with WEB3D technologies. So thank you again to have submit your presentation to this session. And we hope that we will have a lot of great news about your work. And I think we could let the floor to the next session. So to be sure, I will share
Yes, well, we can have a 5 minutes break. So in the meantime, we can move people from the panelist to audience, from audience to panelist, and do the final setup. If someone of the new panelists need to test the share screen. So thank you again to everyone that attended the session. It was really an interesting session, and I believe it turned out pretty well. So grab a coffee, and let's say we can get back in 5-10 minutes in the time of setting up everything, and leave time for people that want to attend to turn on in the meeting. Thank you again. Thank you, Christophe, for moderating the session very well, and thanks again to everyone.
Thank you. See you soon. See you in the next session. Bye-bye.
So.
Hello there. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hey.
Oh.
Hello.
Okay,
nice to see you finally all here.
It all works. That's great.
Yes, everyone is
and
there.
Our own names also. Yeah.
You can see also people. It's nice to greet everyone physically, but remotely. Remotely, physically.
Do we have everyone? I see Harrison for the first paper. Then don't see anyone from this for the second.
Okay, we received a message from Bernard Fritsch. He was not feeling well, so I'm not sure whether he will be able to join. Luz, do you have any update on the matter? No. Okay.
No, but we have in case we have the video, we can still show the video.
Yeah.
And,
yes.
Yeah. Sure. And I see our Laura and Paola. There's another Paola Di Franco, which is a good thing, and also Rodora Venarucci. Thank you for joining at this early time, guys. Also for Laura, I guess.
Are we playing the recordings from our own computers?
No, I have them all here, so I can broadcast from here. So all the video comes from the same source, okay. And then we can give you the question and answer. So if someone want to test the sharing screen and they will probably need. Martina said
yes,
let
me do that. Let me do that since let me see whether this is working correctly. Yeah, I guess feels like it's working, and I see everyone nodding, so that's always a good thing. Okay, thank you.
If I could try again as well. Sorry.
Please.
Just let me check. I don't think, yeah. You should see it, right?
Perfect. What a lovely cover.
Yeah, it's just
It's just a cover.
a kind of frame to try and then listen to your talks and respond.
Thank you very much, really. So how was, it has been quite challenging. I picked into some of the sessions and yeah, everything very interesting. And
It
how
kept
are
us
you?
busy for the first
Yeah.
2 days, and now
How are you guys
it will
holding
be a
up?
long day. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We have a break in the middle of the day because we had some session that are mostly for the Asian side. So for as far as timing, they are more convenient for them, and these other that are moved a bit later in the day for the US side. Even for them, it's a bit early. But yeah.
Okay,
it's
Isaac
coming together.
Ola is with us, which is perfect.
Okay, you can see him.
Yes.
Just in case, tell us if we need to promote someone else as panelists. Just tell us, and if you as for the spectators, if they want later to ask questions, we can give microphone rights to them. So if you want to speak, just ask. If you prefer to write in the chat, please. If they want to write in the Vuva chat, even better. The question and answer will remain there, and it can be. They can continue also later.
Yeah, perfect. We'll give the instruction like 5 times a day. I will redo it in 10 minutes.
Videos will be recorded, then will be shared later. So usual stuff.
Okay. Well, I think we can start. It's 2 minutes past 4 or 1 minute past 4. So
the optimist one.
Well, it's just the introduction. So I see that all the panelists and the organizers are here. So I think we can let the ball rolling. I'm just waiting for a sign from Marco that it's the official ceremony.
We have to raise my hand and
no, don't.
So, guys, Marco, the other Marco Potenziani, Fabio Ganovelli, it's okay for you? Should we?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we'll get started then.
Well, before a small announcement, today is Martina's birthday, so you should all not sing happy birthday because it's cheesy, but give you can make a birthday wish to Martina because she's it's her birthday.
This is a matter of solidarity, because I mean, getting older in front of everyone in remotely, it's bad. I'm in denial. This is why I try to have something to do the day of my birthday, so I can forget that I'm getting older. Thank you very much, Marco. So I would say that we can get started. Everyone is here. Luz and Nicola, as you know, are the co-organizer of the session. So we've been working on the selection of papers you will be seeing in a minute. And I have the honor and the responsibility of introducing you to the works of today. So I would say we can definitely get to it. And I will now share again my screen, which is also a thrilling moment always for me, because I mean, having problems in this type of conference with technology is usually the case. So I think I can get started right away. And I would like, first of all, of course, to welcome everybody. Thank you all for joining us today, no matter the time zone, the weather differences, and so on. Thank you all. As you might have seen from the agenda, we have a lot to cover in the next few hours. But the first thing was for me, for Nicolas, and for Luz to first thank the whole bunch of the Visual Computing Lab in Pisa for first inviting us to take part to the WEB3D conference. Everything started with a very informal invitation. And then this has become a sort of weekly, bi-weekly appointment. We definitely will miss the Friday meetings with all the guys. Thank you in particularly to Fabio Ganovelli, Marco Caglieri, Marco Potenziani, Francesco Banterle, all the bunch that poured so much energy in the preparation of the conference, and for all the support that they are still giving us today. So thank you also, of course, to the sponsor, so ACM SIGGRAPH and the WEB3 Consortium. I see Anita and Don connected. Anita really, she went above and beyond the typical duties of conference coordinator. So thank you very much to you. Much gratitude to Paola Di Giuseppe Antonio Di Franco for having accepted our invitation to join as a discussant. And this is cheesy to say, I know, but of course, we have to thank all the authors who contributed to this session and that decided to share with us their experience in the application of Web3 technology within the cultural heritage realm. So, as we will see today, the case studies that we're going to present, despite, of course, all the differences in methodologies, chronologies, geography, context, and so on, are all a real unique example of how to effectively embed 3D technology as an analytical tool in both academic, educational, museum activities and research. So in this way, I think the authors and the papers we have today really demonstrate how online Web3D technology is not only able to enhance our uses and fruition of cultural heritage, but also to add depth to our interpretation and knowledge of cultural heritage objects. So let's say that the theoretical stance underpinning all these works contribute to address the overarching questions lying at the core of the session. Basically, not certainly humbly, we ask our authors to answer the question, contribute to knowledge production once the data have been processed, shared, used through any online platform. Not an easy question, definitely. Basically, we asked, what is the legacy of virtual content in documenting, in interpreting, in showcasing, and disseminating cultural heritage? But to help contextualizing the different solutions elaborated by our speakers, we would like to first dive for a moment, just for a moment, so I promise it's not going to be too long or boring, in the challenges and potentials that digital heritage specialists, so the ones that are here today with us, commonly face in the attempt of constructing a more sustainable future for 3D data. So, while digital heritage scholars can now, and we all know that, rely on a definitely more sophisticated range of options than previous generations, including cloud repositories and free online services, such tools did not definitely ease the problem of maintainability or sustainability, especially for high quality digital scholarship. And this is a theme that will recur in many of our papers today. Over the last 3 decades, the significant increase of cultural heritage projects that actually use 3D technology has created a vast amount of data, which has become a pressing issue now in terms of safeguarding this data for the future. So too often, and this is painful in the very moment I read this, too often short-term funding suspends all of a sudden the development of and the possibility to develop sustainable solutions for the problem of storage and obsolescence of 3D data. We know that an entire corpus of legacy projects in need of maintenance and preservation have sadly outlived their budget and have, of course, then reached a sort of turning point in their digital life cycle and cannot move neither forward, neither backward. So under-maintained institutional networks are frequently at risk of being hacked, and the proliferation of brand new platforms and file formats have made the task of storing and preserving those 3D archives yet more daunting. So definitely the digital community is currently facing a major challenge. It may be addressed hopefully by simply fostering a deep understanding of the issue. So, well, awareness is key here. And by redesigning, in our view, the digital infrastructure in a way that can encompass the whole life cycle of a project, and also by exploring alternative funding options, of course, that grant a longer life and a greater impact to valuable research. So in this session, we aim to bring to the fore a robust and a holistic approach to the maintenance of research outputs, pretty urgently, I would say, given the proliferation of this type of repository, in order then to pave the way to a more sustainable future for our digital data and 3D collection. So I understand that this, again, might seem challenging, but to quote Chula, 2020, we really firmly believe that the implementation of metadata catalog to store or to point to legacy datasets expands substantially the potential for data and resources to be discovered, reused, and then critiqued, and therefore in a way to grant a longer life, as we were said just a minute ago. So the issue of preservation and sustainability of 3D data involves equally all aspects of cultural heritage. In this case, we will focus mostly on archaeological survey and excavation data, museum collections, exhibitions, city monuments, historical buildings, as well as also the issue of knowledge exchange in at all levels of education. So the papers selected here discuss really unique case studies in each of these three realms that we just mentioned, and provide the different solutions and innovative inputs to develop a more accessible cultural heritage monuments, and also a more sustainable online 3D archives. So we have identified three common areas of, I would say, struggle, but also to be a bit more positive improvement. Space for improvement is always very welcome, around which all the works presented today actually revolve around. And the first being the issue of interpretation, use, and reuse of WEB3D data. And then, of course, also the shift that all this entails when transforming an immobile collection to a co-created knowledge hub, and also, again, the issue of understanding the impact on our current way of teaching and learning and engaging the public as well. So starting with the first issue that we highlighted, so what emerges pretty clearly from the papers collected is that the democratization of digital technology and the accessibility to material via digital repositories and the storytelling itself are changing the way researchers are able to look at the past today. That's now a given, I would say. A common question concerns the possibility to reuse digital content meaningfully so as to produce new interpretations. And to what extent such digital content, the newly created digital content, is actually reusable, and what is the added value for research in fields such as archaeology, as much as history and heritage or historiography. And then we would like to reflect also on to what extent are virtual repositories used and accessed, be they just locally stored in either a research or a research project or a museum setting, or centrally organized, as in the case of aggregating platforms that you might be familiar with, such as ADS or DANS in the Netherlands, Europeana, and so on. So are those data successfully reused? Can new analysis and interpretations be derived from those repositories? So today, we're very glad to have several specialists who submit a contribution concerning the topic of web-based approaches and data reuse, interpretation, and storytelling. And we hope to identify in the round table, perhaps with the help of Paola, the best practices in the myriads of methods and techniques that we have now at our disposal. So let's say that basically all authors today have dealt with the problem of accessibility and sustainability of data, but particularly relevant to the subject is the contribution of Isaac Olla and Sarah Bencher-Krohn. I hope I'm pronouncing, Sarah, your name correctly, who, as we will see, have provided a flexible approach for low-cost, accessible creation, processing, and web hosting of digital heritage materials by experimenting with 3 different scanning methods and pipelines, and the case studies being historical building, the McKinney House at La Mesa. And on the other hand, publishing archaeological data in a more sustainable way, and according also to the FAIR principle, is at the core of Bernhard Fritzsch's contribution. Based at the Deutsche Archäologische Institute, Bernhard and some of his colleagues have aimed to formulate a standardized protocol to publish 3D data, as we will see in a few minutes, from different projects. So, of course, he had to face pretty
Oops, we lost Martina. Not really, because
hear me well? Or my connection is not stable?
okay, now yes.
Okay, okay. All here? Okay, perfect. So, so thanks to the contribution of Bernhard Fritsch, we will dive into what's the best protocol for publishing online 3D data. Then coming to the second issue highlighted in our papers, the shift from a sort of immobile 2D object to what they become after having acquired 3D and digitally, so after becoming a co-created 3D knowledge hub, we definitely all agree that as cultural heritage archives extend into digital form and the relationships are reconfigured as digital social networks, the stakes are definitely high. one might actually question the actual value of traditional physical collection and exhibitions, most of which are often pretty much unwidely inaccessible to the public. But we are not going to get into that complex debate. We want to simply to limit ourselves to one aspect, and that is how to approach and overcome the risks of dissipated circulation, expensive infrastructures, technological obsolescence, and increasing dependency on technical expertise, which are all aspects that go beyond traditional research boundaries in case of cultural heritage specialism. So to complicate further the matter, in our heritage work, we have constantly to ask, and we're faced with a question of how to engage and meet the demands of a highly digitally literate audience, which of course changes the way in which we can provide them with information and, of course, exchange knowledge. So there's questions about infrastructure, accessibility, skillfulness, definitely must even more fundamental issues about the ways in which digital objects take an active part in product, rating collections and any cultural.
Martina, we don't hear you.
Let's say.
Martina, your connection is really bad.
Okay. Oh.
And now it isn't.
Now it isn't?
No, now it's perfect again. Want to say something about it?
Oh, I believe we lost it.
Okay, can you hear me now correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I will cut to the chase right away. My Okay. Just give me feedback if you don't hear me. I can let the stage to you, Luz. Okay. No,
yeah.
No problem. Okay. So okay. So where were we? Oh yes. More broadly, our cultural physical world is increasingly enmeshed with a new kind of material reality that is the Internet of Things, as you may see here. We know that the digital has become a core medium for an inclusive co-creation through cultural expression on virtual platforms and social media. And of course, there is an increasing need to identify and create a deeper understanding of what kind of new knowledge is co-produced. And I would say, probably more importantly, how different from the word, how different this knowledge really is from the one that existed before. So what methods are already available to quantify, assess, and analyze such fundamental habits? I can go on if you can still hear me.
We hear you perfect.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Just a matter of technology. So in this sense, the digital solutions currently developed and applied respectively by Laura Harrison's team in Florida and Sarah Benchacron and Isaac Olla at La Mesa illustrate pretty well how knowledge transfer is experienced and perceived by users through 3D technology. Also, and they also actually demonstrate that a better understanding of the process of co-creation and community building is actually possible. So coming to the last point raised at the beginning, strictly connected to co-created knowledge within archaeological settings is the theme of knowledge production and transfer within educational or academic realms, which are definitely increasingly implementing open access digital 3D reference collections, virtual tools, and storytelling. So several recent projects show a combination of digital pedagogical approaches in traditional learning environment and museum context, where material collections normally kept behind glass or in showcase or in a very, very hidden repository cannot be accessed unless remotely. And here I'm just showcasing a small pilot experiment we did in Leiden at the Faculty of Archaeology to allow students to reach both the osteology reference collection and the ceramic reference collection in order to, of course, getting more familiar with the material, but also to access them while it was not possible physically. And the same goes with other experiments. In this case, we are in a museum setting, and here we see Luz showcasing part of the outcome of the Tracing the Potterswil project based in Amsterdam to some of the visitors of the Archaeological Museum in Heraklion. So definitely the possibility to showcase cultural heritage, both for learning and teaching purposes, as well as science dissemination, is incredibly powerful. But there's always a but. How do such digital collection impact the digitally literate generation, once again, the born digital generation, and how are learning processes affected by these technologies? And how does information and digital analytical practice become internalized, both as students or visitors in a museum? What kind of 3D web technology is currently available to interactively track and assess such processes of knowledge transfer and creation? So are we actually aware of the consequence once again? How do students and, let's say, the public at large, how do students and again, museum visitors perceive this new kind of materiality when it comes to heritage artifacts, and how does this fundamentally differ from the traditional knowledge transfer practices we all know? Well, let's say that in this session, the experiences developed by the Dark Lab at Lund University provide a great example of a 3D web interactive visualization system that bridges the gap between teachers, students, and perhaps in the future we will see a wider community of researchers. The system developed by the Dark Lab actually brings the educational programs to another level, thanks to interaction that is possible with the field activities, the remote interaction that is possible. At the same time, the video game prototype developed by Rodora Vernarucci and colleagues that narrates the history of the Villa del Casale at Piazza Armerina in Sicily definitely demonstrates how virtual interaction and real-time exploration of an archaeological site may not only enhance the learning experience of students and specialists, but also successfully engage a wider audience. So, as said, we have a lot to cover today. These are just a few of the themes that in a way run through all the contribution of today, but you will definitely see in a minute that the actual work and themes raised in each and every contribution are way more varied. For instance, there is an important reflection about community building that we will hear right away through the voice of Laura Harrison and also Isaac Olla. And then also how much we can have fun and engage the public through video gaming, serious video game, as once we used to say. And also we will dive in a more complex issue, thanks again to Paola De Rudas and Bernard Fritsch about how to standardize 3D output in order to have standardized and even publication of 3D data. So this said, I think I can now leave the stage, and as announced a few minutes ago, you know that all presentations are recorded. However, there will be a space for live interaction in the Q&A session following each contribution. So please write down your question in the chat box, either on better on the WOVA platform. It's easier for us then to track and to allocate at the right time to the answers. And they'll stay tuned, because after our speakers, we will have Paola Di Giusepantonio discussing the themes raised, and then we will open up the microphone for a roundtable discussion. And of course, everyone input is welcome, and I hope I will have a better connection in the remainder of today, otherwise it's going to be difficult. So I can leave the stage to Luz, that is going to introduce our first speaker for today. Thank you.
Yes, and our first speaker of the day will be Dr. Laura Harrison. She's director of the Access 3D Lab of the University of South Florida. And Laura, I read about on your pages that you gained a lot of experience in 3D visualization in on an archaeological site in Turkey, but also on historical architecture and museums in Europe also. So I'm really curious to hear how you expanded your expertise to modern art, to murals in Clearwater in Florida, and how you augmented this to a Web3D app with augmented reality with your colleagues. So yeah, looking and give you the floor now, and looking forward to hear more about it.
Hello, thank you so much for joining me. I'm excited to talk to you today about augmented reality for digital placemaking, public art in Clearwater, Florida. My name is Dr. Laura Harrison. I am the director of Access 3D Lab at the University of South Florida. And the paper I'm presenting today is a collaborative effort between myself and colleagues at the Clearwater Community Redevelopment Agency, as well as the University of South Florida Advanced Visualization Center. Through the use of digital placemaking, or practices that create emotional attachments to place through digital media use, downtown locales become incubators for cultural heritage communication, fostering a sense of place attachment and strengthening community engagement. This presentation details the reinvention of a public space in Clearwater, Florida, with a large-scale mural program. I discuss the development of an interactive augmented reality app that utilizes 3D terrestrial LiDAR scans to assist in the identification and testing of feature points within target images of the mural. This combination of multisensory stimuli, including physical cues in the built environment and audiovisual cues from the app, reinforce the artwork's message of community empowerment while enhancing the public perception of downtown Clearwater as a destination for art, culture, and technology. From the early cave paintings of Lascaux, France, to Michelangelo's masterwork in the Sistine Chapel, murals have served as an outward expression of a shared cultural heritage. At the pinnacle of its success, public art such as murals serve to nurture participatory citizenship, creating an intellectual space for debate and socio-political engagement. As technological advances have shaped the evolution of the built environment, so too have the mechanisms by which murals are created and experienced. With the integration of mobile technologies such as augmented reality, murals become a new opportunity for the creation of place, allowing the viewer to re-encounter everyday space. In recent years, the boundary between the physical and digital worlds has become more fluid with the advent of smart cities, smart homes, and smart devices. This trend is likely to increase in the future with the rise of the metaverse. AR and location-based apps such as the game Pokemon Go provide an ideal platform for the creation of meaningful experiences in the urban realm, thereby turning abstract or shifting objective spaces into significant places of interaction. In this presentation, I explore how superimposing interactive computer-generated AR imagery on top of a user's view of a real-world mural contributes to digital placemaking in Clearwater, Florida. Digital placemaking is a concept that describes practices that create emotional attachments to place through digital media use. Enhancing public art with AR content helps to create a vivid, memorable, imageable space that promotes active participation and engenders an affective, emotionally resonant response in the community. The use of AR in this context creates a strong sense of place attachment that is grounded in the interactions among society, space, and digital technology. In cities that have seen significant disinvestment in their downtown cores, substantial work and investment must be focused on the public realm, including the arts and public spaces. Beyond beautification, public art can also serve as a catalyst for neighborhood revitalization by increasing attachment to place, positive perception, and brand identity, which can have broader economic impacts, such as increased foot traffic by residents and tourists. Efforts to revitalize Clearwater's urban core focus on placemaking as a tool for creating communities that people want to live, work, and play in. This involves transforming nondescript fixed elements of the built environment, such as parking garages, crosswalks, sidewalks, and empty building walls, into vibrant, memorable places. In 2018, the Clearwater Community Redevelopment Agency launched the Downtown Clearwater Mural Program in an effort to bring large-scale public art projects that weave art and culture to public spaces. The initial phase of the program selected from murals from 114 artist submissions and provided artists a stipend to paint their artwork on 4 blank walls throughout the city. Walls were selected with proximity to the downtown core in mind, with the largest mural, Comunidad, selected for a 100-foot or 33-meter-long wall of a parking garage near the main thoroughfare of the city, Cleveland Street. This site, adjacent to a parking lot and near high-rise office towers, is highly visible to pedestrians, motorists, and office workers inside buildings. The Clearwater CRA, in partnership with the University of South Florida's Access 3D Lab and Advanced Virtualization Center, carried out a collaborative workflow to develop an AR app aimed at bringing the Comunidad mural to life. Entitled Paint the Town, a journey inside Clearwater's murals with mixed reality, the app emphasizes digital storytelling and invites the co-production of cultural heritage knowledge through community engagement with AR and public art in an urban environment. The workflow for developing the AR app encompassed creating a 3D terrestrial LiDAR scan of the mural and its environs with ferro-focused scanners, cleaning and exporting the data set as an OBJ file, decimating the mesh, developing interactive content, and testing and tracking the user experience. 2 scanners were staggered at ground level in front of the mural, while the 3rd scanner was elevated about 30 feet off the ground on a hydraulic lift. This technique ensured homogeneous point density across the entire mural, including upper areas. The scanner profiles were all set to even weighted metering to equalize exposure of all shots throughout the 10-hour day of scanning. 3D terrestrial LiDAR scans and hundreds of photographs were used to determine the target images and locations along the mural and to assess whether the target images aligned properly with the actual mural. Tracking images were tested using Unity and checked through the Vuforia image tracking rating system. The rating system provides rankings from 1 star for poor or few feature points to 5 stars for good and many feature points. Once reliable target images were created, the 3D LiDAR scans were decimated to provide quicker interaction in the Autodesk Maya software. The user experience design process was driven by superimposing interactive hotspots over the tracking images identified in the mural. Hotspot content was developed to appeal to broad audiences and emphasize telling the story of the artist, bringing the dance to life with animation and music, and offering fun facts about the artistic process, as well as triggering interactive animations meant to surprise and delight, such as paint splatters and dropping paint cans. The AR application was created using Unity, Autodesk Maya, Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, and After Effects, and Vuforia. Unity and Unity Collaborate was used for the development and build of the app. Vuforia was used to detect feature points in an image and compares them to the target image seen through the user's camera, in this case, a mural. The 3D AR content was designed as cutouts of the actual mural to be superimposed over the actual mural when in AR mode. When feature points are matched with the database image points, the app loads the proper AR content at the target position. This enables the content to be called up and placed at specific points in the mural when the feature points in the database are detected. Vuforia also allows the image database to be created and managed through a web interface. This feature enables remote collaboration and facilitates iterative testing and adjustment of target images. The final application was published using Unity to Google Play and Apple's App Store under the name Clearwater Paint the Town. Hotspot A offers factual information about the size and scale of the mural against a montage of photos of the artwork, while Hotspot B reveals the amount of paint used by artists against a brightly colored animation of falling paint buckets that gradually transform the AR image from a mural from a grayscale drawing to a vibrantly colored artwork. Hotspot C triggers audio that says, the women featured in the mural are real people. The artist used real-life models for their sketches. The audio coincides with an engaging audiovisual montage of the communal dance depicted in Comunidad, in which cutouts of the women in the mural raise and touch their hands and move about in a circular fashion. Flowing paint animations and rhythmic music add to the sensation of movement and dancing. Hotspot D triggers a 2-minute video montage of the artistic process behind the creation of Comunidad, including audio and video clips that highlight the artistic techniques utilized in painting the large-scale artwork. These include the complex sketching process, the use of a hydraulic lift, and the decision to incorporate portraiture to ground the story in reality. Hotspot E triggers an audio recording that says, the 4 colorful murals in downtown Clearwater's core enrich the city's public spaces with images inspired by the city's past, present, and future. This text is superimposed against a colorful animated medley of paint splatters and panoramic video shots of each of the downtown murals. Finally, Hotspot F depicts a grayscale cutout of a woman in the foreground, colorizes it to match the mural, and animates dancing movement against a musical background. These hotspots are not only triggers of interactivities, but triggers of affect. This project presented several unique challenges. For instance, optimizing the user experience design focused on addressing the key problem of viewing and interacting with a large mural on a small device screen by dividing the scene into sections. In addition, enhancing the trigger image database involved testing the mobile device's camera in real time and using the app to match images to the trigger image database. Evaluating image tracking quality centered on the issue of how obstructions, such as trees, bushes, cars, and variable lighting conditions, impact the app's ability to accurately track the AR mural locations. Both types of images, those with obstructions and those without, had enough feature points to effectively detect and track the area. Assessing optimal viewing locations revealed that straight-on views were most effective, regardless of lighting conditions, weather, and time of day. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic presented unanticipated challenges as well. Lockdowns in 2020 and the cancellation of in-person events in 2021 have created challenges for testing and evaluating the app with public audiences. This is something we hope to finally be able to do in early 2022, depending on the public health situation. The 6 hotspots in the Paint the Town app allow users to self-navigate through a story that celebrates cultural diversity and depicts a network of empowered, united women who form a vibrant community. Uruguayan artists Florencia Duran and Camilo Nunez, known as Colectivo Licuado, sketched and completed the Comunidad mural in January 2019 as part of downtown Clearwater's first large-scale public art project. This AR app, which brings the mural to life, is a first not just for Clearwater, but for the Tampa Bay region. It aims to create tech-engaged public humanities programming that surprises and delights audiences by inviting them to experience art in a fresh new way. In this case, augmented reality provides additional context, animation, and engagement by supplementing the original image without distracting from the visual experience. The animations are designed to surprise and delight audiences, while the longer video montages and animated sequences add depth to the narratives of portraiture, female empowerment, dancing, and community engagement. When communities share an experience that is grounded in a built environment, such as visiting a museum, heritage site, or AR-enhanced public art installation, they contribute toward building a shared cognitive image of a place that is imbued with meaning. Increased traffic and engagement with such memorable places increase the connectivity and complexity of this shared image, which might be thought of as an imageable space. Kevin Lynch's seminal The Image of the City defines imageability as that quality in a physical object which gives it a high probability of evoking a strong image in any observer. It is that shape, color, or arrangement which facilitates the making of vividly identified, powerfully structured, highly useful mental images of the environment. Imageable environments invite the eye and ear to greater attention and participation. They create a sensuous grasp. This sensuous grasp is crucial in engender an affective response that builds community engagement and leads to positive societal outcomes. As Perry notes, triggers of affect, such as engaging in acts of active listening, thinking through body-related themes, humor, dialogue, and legitimate decision-making, generate emotive or affective engagement with heritage sites, a reaction that might be thought of as enchantment. This sense of enchantment helps build a lasting sense of place attachment, which Oleski and Nuke define as active contact with a place, placed exploration, social relations in a place, and the experience of enjoyment related to that place. Utilizing augmented reality to enhance the imageability of heritage sites enhances place attachment by eliciting emotion, wonder, and enchantment. In recent years, cities have taken advantage of emerging technologies to help residents and visitors discover public spaces and unique community assets. For example, in the height of the Pokemon Go phenomenon, millions of players were using the game and venturing into cities and public spaces. In Philadelphia in 2017, neighborhood libraries tapped into that potential audience and created special maps for Pokemon Go players to learn about community murals and local culture, raising several questions and opportunities for ways that cities can utilize emerging platforms to foster civic engagement. Applying similar approaches to public art offers an opportunity to diversify placemaking, providing unique and unexpected ways for residents and visitors alike to engage with murals in downtown spaces. In downtown Clearwater, these practices could help convey a message that the city is a hub for art and technology while increasing its viability as a destination to live, work, and play. The Paint the Town AR app offers an opportunity to help diversify downtown Clearwater's audiences and bring new visitors to the area. Public events will focus on awareness and training, utilizing existing partnerships and key groups and organizations within the community, such as the Clearwater Arts Alliance and Creative Pinellas, to tap into existing audiences. To assess the success of this AR application, we plan to work together with the City of Clearwater to collect feedback from public audiences and civic groups on their response to the AR mural in terms of user experience, including accessibility and user-friendliness, and how the app shapes their perception of the City of Clearwater. Our team will focus on the role of demographics and technological self-efficacy on the user experience in order to address the broader challenge of technological literacy, particularly among an aging population. A key goal for the CRA is to help change the perception of downtown Clearwater from a neighborhood that is sleepy, vacant, and blighted to one that is vibrant, engaging, and welcoming, as well as to increase foot traffic in downtown through ongoing programs and initiatives, including unique and high-quality arts experiences that encourage visitors. Paint the Town adds another layer of depth to the CRA's mural program. Augmented reality provides an opportunity for residents and visitors to experience art in unexpected ways. As AR moves from an emerging platform to standard practice in the coming years, governments, artists, cultural institutions, and civil society groups should seize the moment to create new arts and placemaking experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Very interesting.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions yet in the Q&A. Or does the organization see something? Because
yes,
yes, here in Zoom.
Yes, from Don. Yeah,
yes.
I see a question from Don Bursman. Is careful choice of location sufficient to ensure participant safety? Are other precautions necessary to avoid problems encountered by Pokemon Go?
Thank you, Don, for that question. So yeah, one of the safety precautions that we didn't talk about in this presentation that we have planned is there's a parking spot that's actually going to be fully delineated and turned into a viewing area by the City of Clearwater. And so that'll be something that allows people to stay away from traffic and hopefully keeps them safe. So it's definitely a consideration.
Has the app already been launched and used by,
Yeah, so the app has been launched and you can download it if you go to the Apple Store or the Google Play Store. It's under Clearwater Paint the Town. And yeah, I mean, it actually works if you look at the tracking images on your computer. Anyone who's interested in kind of playing around with it, I'd be happy to send those to you. But yeah, so it's been launched, but just because we're working and we're partnering with the City of Clearwater, there's restrictions on public events. And so we're kind of waiting in this holding pattern to see when those restrictions are lifted so that we can actually have public launch events. We were actually hoping to launch this in May 2020, which, as we all know, was a really crazy time and not a great time to like launch a big public art exhibit. So we are basically just waiting for COVID to sort of finally end so that we can actually have like a big public launch for the project.
So you have no feedback yet from local users or how this, because it was meant to build community engagement.
Yeah, this is sort of like a work in progress, but we are excited. So we are planning something for either like the end of this year or early next year with a group called the Clearwater Community Arts Alliance. And we want to do like a big event with them and do some evaluation with them. So we're kind of working on that for the fall, but yeah, we haven't really had a chance to evaluate it yet.
Okay. So I think this is a really amazing new development in experience in art indeed. It's beyond just a mural that really comes alive. Also, Carol has a question. Are you looking to present this to other cities?
That's a great idea. I'd love to. At the moment, we really are just focused on Clearwater, and the future plans, we're hoping to be able to create a walking tour through the city. So Comunidad is one mural in a program of about 5, maybe even more murals now. I think there were initially 4 and there's a few more now. And so they're all pretty close to each other. They're walking distance. And the idea is to now start incorporating some AR navigation that takes people on a walking tour through the heart of the city and allows them to discover the stories of multiple murals along the way. And so that's kind of where we hope to see the project expand in the future. So not necessarily to other cities, but rather to sort of more fully network the downtown core of the city of Clearwater itself.
Could you then maybe share the pipeline so that other cities can make use of this type of art experience?
Sorry, could you repeat the first part of that?
Could you then share the pipeline, the technology behind it, so that others could adopt it?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the paper that'll be documented in the ACM proceedings, we do have the full workflow that'll be published there. And so people can see, we go into a little bit more detail about basically doing the LiDAR scanning and then creating the image database and, figuring out the tracking images all the way through content testing and rolling out the app. And even publishing it in the various locations on the web. So yeah, we do have the full workflow that will be published and documented in the ACM proceedings.
Okay, cool. The last question, I think, from Martina. Is there a tracking system to assess audiences' reactions?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So that is something that we wanted to develop, and it hasn't been fully developed yet. And I think that if the project continues to move forward and get expanded, that's the first feature on my list that we want to add is user tracking of how much engagement did the various hotspots get? So at the moment, we don't have that, but it is something that we're working with our colleagues at the Advanced Visualization Center at USF to implement. And that'll be something built in Unity.
Okay. We're a little bit behind schedule, so I think we have to move to the next presenter. Thank you, Laura, for this
Thank you so much.
wonderful presentation. So the next presentation will be the one of, I think, Isaac Ula. Isaac, are you there?
Yes, indeed. The next in row should be.
Yes, I'm here.
Isaac.
I'm sorry, I'm dropping my daughter off at so, I'm doing 2 things at once.
Okay. Right. We have, of course, pre-recorded. Isaac and Sarah Benkenkroon, how do you pronounce it? Of the San Diego State University.
It's
will
pronounced
introduce
yeah.
a project on digital heritage and 3D preservation. Isaac has a lot of experience in early farming in the Mediterranean and Near East, so I'm really interested to hear more about how he transfers his skills in 3D to a local project closer to home about a local heritage site in La Mesa. Well, the floor is yours, Isaac.
Hello, I'm Isaac Ula, and on behalf of my co-author, Saz Benchakroon, I am happy to present our paper titled Preserving the Past for an Uncertain Future, Accessible Low-Cost Methods for 3D
Can it be louder?
Processing and Dissemination in Digital Cultural Heritage Preservation. We start by asking the question, why should we scan the past at all? I think those of us in this particular symposium have a good understanding of this, but lay people might not understand that 3D technologies are extremely useful in preservation practice because they offer a completely digital way to store the geometry of vulnerable heritage material. We can scan at the micro scale individual artifacts all the way up to the macro scale, complete landscapes using airborne LiDAR. Our presentation today is more about the mesoscale, individual heritage sites that are too large to be sort of curated and collected physically as an artifact might be, but not quite so large and complicated as full landscapes. These kinds of heritage sites are particularly vulnerable to destruction and damage due to climate change, civil unrest, and a variety of other natural disasters. These sites are great candidates for preserving digitally with 3D scanning technologies. Here on the right, you see a couple of fairly famous examples. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is the sort of icon of this session. It appears in the upper right corner. But probably most recently, and certainly an event that struck a chord across the globe, was the fire at the Cathedral of Notre Dame. These heritage sites have received the attention of digital preservationists. They've been 3D scanned with high precision, high quality instruments. And these data are instrumental in coming up with preservation plans to prevent future damage, but also to restore the sites as best as possible to a somewhat original condition after the fire, for example, at Notre Dame. Now, a big question is who gets to participate in this kind of digital preservationist work and who is left out. Unfortunately, the professional grade scanning equipment is extremely expensive. I just sort of did a quick Google search of professional grade laser scanners, and you got maybe on the cheap side around 19,000 US dollars, all the way up to more than 100,000 US dollars. And through informal conversations, I know that you could spend a couple hundred thousand US dollars on this kind of equipment. Some of it is very large, kind of hard to move around, and so it's difficult for especially smaller sites or sites that are only of local historical significance to attract the attention of an institution that has enough funds to not only own this equipment, but to have staff who knows how to use it and to pay for those staff to go on location to conduct the scans and all the data analysis and curation that goes along with it, producing many hundreds of gigabytes of data. In this way, a lot of local stakeholders who have an interest in their own local history and trying to preserve it are really getting left out from this whole 3D digital preservation work. One of the largest open databases of 3D heritage scans is Open Heritage 3D. And as of earlier this week, there were about 300 3D datasets spanning, a good portion of the globe, but concentrated mostly in North America and in Western Eurasia. And most of these sites were either UNESCO World Heritage sites, sites that have a global interest and therefore can attract the attention of institutions who can go and scan them, or similar large, extrusive archaeological or historical monuments that happen to be near an institution that could go and scan these. Very few small or locally significant sites are included in this, the largest centralized database of 3D cultural heritage. What's missing from this picture is accessibility. We have to care about accessibility if we care about open science. That is, if we believe that science is for the public and the public should be involved and able to access the results of scientific work, we also have to believe that the public should be able to be involved in creating and sharing the data that can be used in various scientific workflows. Along with open science is sort of parallel idea of open source, specifically used mostly in open source software, but also in hardware. Openness simply means that you are free to use, reuse, and modify a commodity with little to no restriction. It often also means that whatever it is you're trying to reuse is available free of charge, but not necessarily. It does not mean that it will be easy to use, reuse, access, modify, etc. So in addition to the tenets of openness, we also have to take into account the pragmatics of the data, the software, the hardware, etc. Can somebody without years of training and institutional backing, money, actually pull it off? And that's what we mean when we talk about accessible heritage scanning pipelines. The goal here is to increase the number of stakeholders or practitioners who have access to a reasonably accurate, reasonably precise pipeline for conducting 3D scans of heritage materials. The more people we can get involved, the more sites we can actually scan. We're going to present here the results of a case study in local historic preservation, La Mesa, California, which is my current hometown, and it's actually Saz's hometown as well. We partnered with the La Mesa Historical Society and the City of La Mesa. We have an ongoing partnership with these two institutions. And our case study for creating accessible 3D heritage scanning pipelines is the McKinney House, which is a folk Victorian or a vernacular Victorian house built in 1908, of local significance, but not significant really even at the level of the state of California, certainly not the entire United States. Other than the fact that it's an old house, old for the United States, old for California. Really, the significance of the property is mostly to the history of La Mesa, and not even really the greater region. The La Mesa Historical Society owns the house. They keep it as a interpretive site, a museum, and it's also where they house their local historical archives, and they have open to the public on the weekends. The McKinney House was one of 40 registered local historical landmarks in the city of La Mesa. Quick aside, the 41st site is my house, built in 1922, which we just had registered. It was kind of a neat thing. The other really cool thing about the McKinney House is that it actually happens to have been scanned at the professional level by the ChronoPoints team at the University of Central Florida, who were out in La Mesa in 2018 to scan the Drew Ford Roundhouse, which you see in the lower right corner. This is a showroom for a Ford dealership, a local Ford dealership, that was designed to emulate a very famous Ford pavilion at the 1964 New York World's Fair, which is the first year that the Ford Mustang was released. So it has some national and probably international historical significance, which is why the ChronoPoints team flew out with their professional level scanning equipment to scan it before it was unfortunately demolished to make way. The new owners, Penske Ford, wanted to have an auto service center. And so today, there is no more roundhouse. There is only an auto service center. Luckily, the ChronoPoints team did scan the roundhouse, and while they were here, they scanned a few other local historical structures, the McKinney House being one of them. However, had this unfortunate destruction of a nationally significant structure not occurred, it's highly unlikely that La Mesa would have sort of attracted the attention of an institution that had that kind of scanning equipment. Now, I have been working with the Historical Society and the City of La Mesa to conduct street-level surveys for historical resources because the city's ordinance has loopholes that allows these structures to be destroyed if they're not on a very specific inventory of structures that need some higher level of planning oversight. Not only this, but on May 30th, Black Lives Matter protests turned violent after the police escalated their response, and in the evening, the protests devolved into riots by a few bad actors that resulted in the actual destruction by arson of several buildings in the downtown core, including the 1942 Randall Lamb Building, which is a historic structure, but not one that was a historic landmark. So it didn't receive the full historical research that even a local historical landmark would have received. It was restored by the most recent owners, the Randall Lamb Design Studio. So we have some architectural drawings. We have no professional 3D scans. We have no real 3D scans other than whatever you can find on Google Street View, which frankly isn't good enough to do anything with. Here you can see what the building looked like before, and unfortunately on the right you can see what it looked like the morning after these riots. The building is of local historic significance. It housed La Mesa's second bank and its first full-service grocery store. And unfortunately, even the remains that you see in the image on the right are completely gone now. The whole structure had to be demolished completely. La Mesa is home to potentially hundreds of other locally significant 19th and 20th century historical sites. Which one of these might we lose, right? I want to point out on the previous couple slides, the McKinney House was less than a block away from the Randall Lamb Building. It literally could have been one of the buildings that would have been destroyed that night had the riots pushed over by yet one more block. We are not going to treat, our community is not going to attract the attention of large institutions that have the ability to do professional level laser scanning, other than the lucky happenstance that the ChronoPoint's team happened to come out in 2018. We need to record our structures ourselves if any of them are going to be recorded. And that's where our work here comes in. Again, we partner with the La Mesa Historical Society in this idea of citizen science, that we can come up with workflows that are accessible to community volunteers who are not experts, but who can be trained minimally to conduct some sort of 3D recordation that can be useful, if not at the highest level, at least at some level of usability in digital historic preservation. So we are testing 3 pipelines at the moment. We are testing a affordable, accessible laser scanning pipeline that takes advantage of super low cost LiDAR units meant for the autonomous vehicle industry. In this particular case, we're testing a Livox Avia unit, which you can see on the tripod there on the right. We are testing open source, low cost, reasonably easy, reasonably accessible photogrammetry pipeline for structure from motion scanning using a consumer camera and the Web Open Drone Map software. And we're testing perhaps the most accessible scanning pipeline of all, an iPhone with an app called Trinio. All of these pipelines you can kind of see schematically lined up here. They are mostly open source, although Trinio is sort of low cost pay for it. I think it's costs about $5 US. Web Open Drone Map has an open source solution, but it also has a fairly affordable enterprise solution that can make it a little bit easier. And then we're using open source software called Cloud Compare to do a little bit of analysis and post-processing of these clouds, with the goal of figuring out which of these pipelines is the simplest and which produces the best data quality. Here are some of our preliminary results. The images you're looking at are colored, they're shown in Cloud Compare, colored by the mean surface roughness, and essentially the greener, the rougher. These are relative scales, so they're not aligned to each other. But you can see some quantitative data in the little table here below each of the images. As expected, the Livox Avia produces by far the most robust results. The Trinio results are surprisingly not terrible, I suppose, is the correct answer, and I think they could be improved with a little bit more care in the method of scanning. And sort of as expected, the photogrammetry results are somewhere in between both of those. I should point out that our initial scans were conducted by Saz, my co-author, who has experience in GIS, but not a lot of experience in 3D scanning in the field. So I think it's a reasonable facsimile of a somewhat novice 3D scanning practitioner coming to terms with each of these workflows. So I think the results that we're looking at here give us a good sense of what might be expected from a citizen scientist trying to figure out each of these pipelines. Now, creating the scans are the first part. The second part are figuring out how local institutions without lots of budget could utilize the 3D scan data, particularly in the WEB3D internet-based format. And I'm going to show you the results that we have come up with using probably the most accessible pipeline, which is to upload to Sketchfab and use their embed code. A second most accessible pipeline using something called Model Viewer, which is a simple copy and paste JavaScript code that you can put into your website if you host your own data. And we haven't had a lot of success ourselves with Poetry, but I will show you in a couple slides the results of using Poetry, which is also open source. So here's a website. This is a GitHub Sites website, completely free. And here you can see what Model Viewer Interactive WEB3D Viewer looks like. This is the LiveVox Avia. We did have to decimate this because it is bandwidth limited. Model Viewer tries to serve the entire model at once, and if you try and go with 2 million points, it takes a long time to load unless you have very fast internet. Here is Sketchfab for the same model. You can see you have to click on it, and then it sort of zooms in, and it's the same basic 3D interaction. And we have the other 3D data sources, including WebODM, and here we just have the point cloud derived from Trinio. And it wasn't too terrible. We have the code we used posted here on our website as well. It wasn't too difficult to do this, and we think that with a modicum of training, whether or not GitHub Sites is the best venue for this, or something like Google Sites could be used to do a pretty good, relatively simple, relatively accessible website that an institution like the La Mesa Historical Society could leverage to do some sort of online 3D interpretation of some of our local historical resources. In the last minute here, I just want to say that we are continuing this work. We're continuing to partner with the City of La Mesa and the Historical Society. We just the other week conducted scan of this historic water fountain in a local park that originally dates to the late 19th century and is slated for demolition, and then a replica is going to be put back in the middle of town where the fountain originally was. We're going to work with the ChronoPoints team to compare our scan data with their professional scan data so that we can get a baseline sort of comparison in quality for a citizen science-based approach versus a professional-based approach, so we can know the extent to which some of these data pipelines could be used for different kinds of preservation work. This work is ongoing, and it's supported mostly through San Diego State's Computational Archaeology Lab, which is where I am broadcasting from at the moment. And it really is a community-based approach, meaning we have no grant support, we have no big institutional funding. We are doing this as a grassroots movement, and we hope that we have shown that it is possible to do interesting 3D digital preservation work using accessible hardware, software, and Web3D solutions to come up with reasonably precise, reasonably high quality results that can be used in a variety of digital preservation uses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isaac, for this lovely presentation. It's an admirable and ambitious project, I think, without funding. Yes. Where's your little, where did your little assistant go to? The baby.
Sorry. Oh, my baby, yes. Baby is sleeping, and my 3-year-old daughter, we just dropped her off at preschool. Okay. It's been a busy morning doing many things at once. Thank you for bearing with me.
Yeah. There are some questions, but they're more like comments, I think, of Nicolas. We believe strongly in increasing accessibility with WEB3D. Are there challenges when companies are involved? Did you try to involve companies?
No, we didn't try to involve any companies, mainly because this whole project is an outsourcing of a separate community-based project with the Historical Society, where we've had 2 interns, with mobile apps doing street level survey just to find all the old houses. And so we since we started it as a grassroots thing, we just sort of kept doing it. We might look for partners, as we go forward. And it's always great if those kind of partners can be found. But in terms of the sustainability of it, it has to be, I think, at the core, a grassroots kind of a movement, because if you start to rely on getting corporate partnerships, then I think it again takes away the agency from the local community in some way and puts them sort of in a dependent relationship with an external organization. And one of the main goals is to make sure that these things sort of can live on their own without any institutional or partnership support. So we've sort of been going down that route. I'm not opposed to that kind of interaction or support, but we haven't actively looked for it at the moment.
No. Okay. There's a question on WhatsApp here. If it could be, is just recording point clouds sufficient?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We're still at the beginning of all of this. I think ideally what we would love to have is texture meshes, coming out the other end. And we've explored just the point clouds at this moment because they're a little easier from a quantitative perspective to get from all the 3 different pipelines and to put together. But WebODM does create textured meshes. We have some from that photogrammetry pipeline. Trinio does as well, but we just ignored them because the LiveVox LiDARs don't create any textures. You have to create the textures separately and then apply them. You'd have to create a mesh out of the point cloud. It just makes point cloud. So we said, let's start with the point clouds, but I think ideally we would find something that's not too terribly difficult that could give you a textured mesh. And then maybe also it might have to be a second thing to give you the most detailed, accurate point cloud that you can get in an affordable, accessible pipeline. So there may have to be 2 different routes, forward with this, different goals.
Okay. Oh, we're running late. We should move on, Martina says. So thank you. And maybe we can discuss some issues later during the roundtable, of course. Okay. I think the floor is now to Nicolo, or is Martina taking over?
I think also Nicolas has some troubles with his connection, so I will challenge the hurricane here in Rome. Now we know what the problem was before tropical shower. Okay, so we can move now to our 3rd speaker for today, and I'm very happy to have here Dr. Rodora Vernarucci and her project that takes place in Sicily, Piazza Armerina, Villa Casale del Giglio. Rodora is the correspondent author, but the group of colleagues working with Rodora is pretty wide. We have Davide Tanasi and Caitlin Kingsland from the University of South Florida, and then David Frederick, Nicholas Reynolds, and Brianna Jenkins from the University of Arkansas. But just as a background information, Rodora is now assistant professor in classics and art history at the University of Arkansas. She's been involved in so many different projects in Italy and beyond. Lastly, also she collaborates with the Virtual Pompeii project directed by David Frederick, and as one of her last engagement and undertakings, she will now show us how her team decided to tell the story, a very interesting story of a pioneer archaeologist working in Sicily, in one of probably the most incredible archaeological sites, and unfortunately not as accessible site in Sicily, which is Piazza Armerina. So without further ado, I'm very curious to hear from the very voice of Dr. Benarucci how they developed this prototype, and I can now leave the floor to you, Rodora. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rodora Benarucci, and I will be presenting the paper Inner Cilia's Footsteps on behalf of myself and my co-authors, Davide Tanasi, David Frederick, Nicholas Reynolds, Caitlin Kingsland, Brianna Jenkins, and Stefan Hassam. We would like to thank the WEB3D conference organizers for giving us this opportunity to share our project with you today, and we'd also like to thank the panel discussants for engaging with our work. So, in the last 3 decades, 3D technologies have really moved to the front for recording, visualizing, and interpreting archaeological data. As part of their digital toolkits, teams routinely use photogrammetry to document the excavation process. And as just an example of the type of 3D data that archaeological projects often produce, I include here on this slide an image of a 3D model of the mosaic floor in the triclinium at the Villa del Casale, and on the right, a digital model of the elevation of that same floor. And these were both produced by the IDEX team. And you'll hear more about that project in a few slides. So inevitably, these models must strike a balance between accuracy on the one hand and playability on the other. A model whose geometry attempts to reproduce every detail of the real-world targets will be too large to use for real-time interpretation. Many archaeological teams decimate their models, simplifying surface geometry and achieving visual fidelity by baking out normal maps that reproduce the appearance of the target with a fraction of the polygons. And the models that you see on this screen had to undergo that process in order to be hosted on Sketchfab, which has a restriction on the size that these models could be. So for many teams, the visualization platform of choice is a game engine, either Unity 3D or Unreal, and game engines are often joined by 3D GIS. When it comes time to share the site models with the broader community of scholars, and especially the public, 3D GIS and standalone builds from a game engine encounter substantial friction. For one, few users in a non-professional audience have GIS software, while accessing a game engine requires the audience to first download and then open the application. And since the end user's hardware is often less robust than that of the archaeological team producing these models, this can create choppy play and crashes. And this obligates the archaeological team to optimize geometry, textures, and lighting for different hardware targets, which is expensive in terms of time and expertise. Meanwhile, on the Mac side, the challenge of accessibility for a standalone build has become nearly insurmountable if that archaeological team is not a trusted Apple developer. As archaeological data crosses over toward cultural heritage and public engagement, the 3D web becomes a promising alternative with solutions that include Sketchfab, Lifelike, P3D.in, and WebGL, as well as the standby of a YouTube or Venmo video. Most of the 3D web options are object viewers. As you can see playing on your screen here, this is a recording of a 3D model of the villa hosted on Sketchfab. And it allows the user to rotate, pan, and zoom the object, but the object is presented in isolation from any spatial or historical context, and it does not offer the user free movement or any interactivity. For this reason, the Villi project, Virtual Interaction and Live Learning Augmented Experience, uses WebGL as its platform for bringing the Villa Romana del Casale to a broad public audience through the 3D web. Designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1997, the Villa Romana del Casale, located just outside Piazza Armerina in Sicily, contains the largest and best preserved collection of mosaics in the Roman world. However, due to its remote location in the province of Enna, in the mountainous interior of Sicily, the site is relatively unknown in comparison to other major sites from Roman antiquity, such as Pompeii. So this massive villa complex, which stretches across 8.92 hectares, and you can see a full plan of the villa pictured on this slide, was constructed in the early 4th century CE and is a premier example of the elite villas that organized agricultural production and social life in the late Roman Empire. This was a critical period of economic and cultural transformation from pagan antiquity to the early Christian Middle Ages. This includes a fundamental shift in visual culture and representation that are reflected in the villa's mosaics. It's not simply that the villa contains an impressive number of mosaics, although they are impressive, and all total, we have 3,500 meters square of mosaic flooring. But these mosaics attest a significantly changed visual world to that of Imperial Rome. Moreover, the mosaics are in situ, which allows us to encounter and interpret their performance, their narrative and thematic flow, the way they shape movement and attention in their original setting. In a collaboration between the Tesseract Center for Game Design at the University of Arkansas and the Institute for Digital Exploration, or IDEX, at the University of South Florida, one main goal of the Villi project is to engage our target audience with the villa and its mosaics within its 4th century spatial and cultural context. Now, we categorize this audience into 3 principal groups. First, professional architectural historians and archaeologists. Then secondary and university level educators, and third, the general public. And the general public includes the increasingly expanding global audience for video games. Our platform for this engagement is a serious game, more on that in a moment, constructed in Unity 3D and published through WebGL. Performant across the major web browsers, WebGL allows 3D environments, not just single or individual objects, to be played on web pages with no plugins. This addresses the major barrier between the 3D humanities content and our academic, educational, and global public audiences, namely gated access in the form of game consoles, high-performance gaming laptops or towers, and downloadable games behind paywalls. Our target audience dictate that we have a platform and a performance target that maximizes access without friction, smooth gameplay through browser-based WebGL on a modestly priced Chromebook or better. This drives our project's second main goal, an application that engages our audience through well-constructed interactive gameplay rather than an emphasis on hyper-realistic graphics. Visual fidelity to the villa's architecture and mosaics is an essential consideration for the project, but it's not our overriding means for holding the attention of its players. Instead of that emphasis on hyperrealism, this project aims to design an application that contextualizes the player's exploration and interactions within a game narrative that explores the historiography of Roman archaeology in Italy. For those of you unfamiliar with the term, a serious game, also referred to as an applied game, is a game that provides education as its primary purpose over purely entertainment. And it's within the context of Villa's two main goals and a desire to immerse individuals in the story of Roman archaeology and villas that serious gaming becomes an important avenue for audience interaction with cultural heritage. Now, it is rare to encounter a serious game that specifically aims to engage the public with assets that were generated by an unrelated digitization project in the process of their archaeological research. Most serious games in Roman archaeology have consisted of modeling Roman cities using procedurally generated materials as the game in and of itself. Or we see examples of games engaging younger students with the process of archaeological excavation while educating them about ancient Rome, such as Dig It. These examples generally have much more intensive hardware requirements than the Villi project's WebGL format. Moreover, digital assets or games envisioned for digital embodiment require high-end machines with AR and VR capabilities, as is the case for a game project focused on the Emperor Augustus, currently under development in Palermo, Sicily. And as you can see in the bottom image of this slide, a screenshot from this Augustus game, the Villa Romana del Casale is featured but ripped from its 4th century context. Another example of a 3D reconstruction of Roman architecture turned into a serious game is that of the Forum of Augustus, where 2 separate virtual reality games were created, A Night in the Forum and Forum of Augustus VR. And you can see a shot from that game at the top of the slide. Most titles to date are unlike the Villi project in that the user experience is either not designed to incorporate digital embodiment, or they run on technologies such as VR that still have a considerable barrier to entry and generally focus on aspects of Roman history that are far removed from Piazza Armerina's Sicilian and late antique Roman context. As a serious game situated in 4th century CE Roman culture and Italian archaeology, the Villi project then is unique in its platform, its site, and its goals. In creating a serious game that teaches archaeological methods, the Villi project provides the public with an engaging narrative in an accessible form of virtual reality. These elements build together to provide an effective experience for users that helps to generate an understanding of archaeology, as well as the history and importance of the site overall. Now, I want to dwell for a moment on that concept of digital embodiment, because this project addresses a fundamental issue for the 3D web and cultural heritage, the misplaced emphasis on the literal accuracy of 3D models as the key attribute for constructing presence or that sense of being there for the public audience. This emphasis on accuracy has come with ethical overtones. If the model or environment is not accurate within X number of centimeters or even millimeters, it runs the risk of failing to be scientific and thus deceives its audience. The fetishism for accuracy and the distrust for seductive video game effects seems to replay that tension between scientific methodology and phenomenology in archaeology. And it has come, unfortunately, at the expense of real-time playability. For most cultural heritage 3D models, the attribute that was supposed to create presence for the user, scientific accuracy, has in fact typically frustrated it, making a real-time embodied experience of the reconstructed space impossible. The increasing reliance, however, on game engines in the archaeological visualization process has led to the recognition that interpretive progress often depends on decimating and simplifying 3D models, trading the premium placed on accuracy in favor of the insights that can flow from real-time exploration. The Villi project takes this a step further, recognizing that the player's sense of absorption in the experience is fundamentally rooted to the narrative of who they are in that space and the mechanics of what they are asked to do. To design such an embodied application, Villi had to first come to terms with the impressive and heavy collection of digital data documenting the villa. In the summer of 2017, a team from IDEX conducted for the first time the overall virtualization of the villa complex, employing an ensemble of 3D digital imaging techniques, which included terrestrial LiDAR, structured light 3D scanning, and terrestrial and drone digital photogrammetry. This fieldwork produced 727 laser scans and over 11,000 pictures for a total of 3.35 terabytes of data. One aim of this fieldwork was to establish a monitoring system to track the conditions of the mosaic floors. This is considered to be successful and produced an important academic publication. Another aim was to use the data to make this remote and undervisited site more accessible to a public audience. And this goal proved to be more challenging, hence the birth of Villi and the collaboration between IDEX and Tesseract. To meet the data challenge, Villi limited the scope of the initial prototype to the octagonal frigidarium and flanking niches of the bath complex located on the western side of the villa plan, as you can see indicated here on this slide. The frigidarium is roughly 8.5 meters across, with 6 flanking niches on the east and west sides, and 2 bathing pools located on the north and south sides. The standing remains of the architecture are preserved up to roughly 6 meters, where the original roof has been replaced by an octagonal structure made of glass and steel. The floors of the frigidarium itself and the flanking niches are covered with rich mosaics, and the basins of the pools are sheathed in white Luna marble. Even more than the geometry, the 8.5 by 8.5 meter mosaic of the frigidarium floor posed a significant challenge in terms of achieving a high enough resolution to make the mosaic legible to a player walking through the space without using a texture so large that it could not be rendered smoothly in WebGL by our target machines. In developing the prototype application for Villi, Tesseract was fortunate to have a photogrammatic model up to roughly 1.5 meters in height that had already been developed by IDEX. While this model was far too heavy for use in WebGL, it provided an excellent starting point for our prototype. Using a set of procedural methods developed in Houdini, Tesseract was able to decimate the model's geometry and reduce the texture size while retaining an adequate level of resolution. The texture for the actual mosaic remains at 4096 by 4096 resolution. The remaining textures for the reconstructed architecture were limited to 512 by 512 resolution. Crunch compression was used on these textures to keep their size under a few megabytes for the former, the mosaic, and 1 megabyte for the latter, the reconstructed architecture. Lighting for the model was baked into the textures. The next step was to add the architecture above this 1.5 meter height and a plausible roof. Assessing the complexity of the photogrammetry data for the upper walls and columns, the team determined that it would be quicker in terms of labor and more efficient for playability to model the walls and columns procedurally using Houdini rather than trying to decimate and fill holes in the scanning data. Known academic, archaeological, and historical sources were consulted to ensure the faithful reconstruction of aspects of the environment for which the archaeological materials are not preserved or where they are not still standing, such as the roof. Game elements and the 3D models were integrated into Unity 3D for publishing on WebGL. As indicated by the instructions to the player, the prototype includes a journal and a way to interact with items both within it and in the virtual world. The player's character is a descendant of the Countess Ersilia Caetani Lobatelli, the famous 19th century archaeologist, epigraphist, and travel guide writer, and she's pictured in the top left of the slide. The player has journeyed to Piazza Armerina at the invitation of Professore Gino Vinicio Gentili, who directed large-scale excavations and restoration efforts at the villa in the 1950s. And you can see below an image of Gentili overseeing excavations on the site. Gentili has heard a rumor that Caetani Lovatelli may have recorded her visit to the site when it was first subjected to scientific investigation in the 1880s. Unfortunately, the player learns in the game that Caetani Lovatelli purposely destroyed parts of her journal after that visit to keep the mosaic discoveries safe from tombaroli or looters. The player must retrace her steps to fill in the damaged and missing pieces of the journal. And in the bath prototype, the fundamental game mechanic requires the player to match scraps discovered in the baths with their correct location in the mosaics to complete the sketch that Ercilia left behind. And in doing so, it encourages the player to do a careful study of the mosaic floor. By exploring the villa, or the bath in the prototype, and completing the journal, the player unlocks the mysteries surrounding the site's identification and the interpretation of its spaces and mosaics. The player learns then about the villa through the lens of a trailblazing female archaeologist whose scholarship promoted cultural heritage tourism in Italy. And the gameplay also introduces players to the excavation history of this important site. By using the journal as a primary mechanic for interaction and tracking player progress, this project traces the thread from the skills of a 19th century archaeologist, especially careful visual observation and sketching, to the digital toolbox of the 21st century archaeologist. Essential to Villa's approach is the recognition that engaging a large public audience with a cultural heritage site requires more than creating a hyper-realistic model of a real-world target. The project instead is developing an immersive experience for the audience in the site by giving them a digital body, something that's not possible through SketchUp and other 3D object viewers. Once the player has that digital body, it needs a story and a purpose in the 3D world. This forces us to confront the long history of exclusive and privileged viewpoints reflecting class, gender, and race in the development of archaeology. These culturally constructed and specific ways of viewing the past are often cloaked in the guise of universal scientific objectivity. By connecting the player's digital body and identity to Ercilia Caetani Lovatelli, whose important role in the development of Italian archaeology is central to the game's story and gameplay, the project aims to raise questions of diversity and gendered viewpoints that are involved in every archaeological interpretation. In developing a serious game designed around the narrative elements of archaeological methods and survey, the project also seeks to engage players in the history and archaeological materials of the villa, as well as teach them about the methods used by historic and modern archaeologists when interpreting and analyzing a site. These narrative elements and design choices are all situated in a 3D model that has been optimized for real-time performance, but nonetheless generated through highly accurate 3D laser scans and photogrammetric documentation, producing a unique experience for users. While this project is still very much ongoing, and we do intend to develop additional chapters of gameplay for the villa in the future, this prototype serves as a promising initial step in the generation of this serious game. As the Villi project moves forward, we look forward to connecting these questions with the late antique visual language and choreography of embodied movement shaped by the incredibly rich architecture and mosaics of this 4th century Villa Romana del Casale. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to the discussion and to hearing the other papers in our panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Venerici and all the team that were incredibly well to this project. I have to say there is a lot of on your plate, honestly, and I'm very well, amazed by the number of topics you touched upon. Last but not least, gender archaeology point that you just raised. I see that we do have a few questions, of course, accuracy and simplifying output is one of the case in point, but I see that Isaac Ola just asked, one thing that strikes me is the ability via VR to walk over and on the mosaics, which a regular in-person visitor to the site would never be able to do. Do you have a sense about the different interpretation that an in-person visitor would come away with as opposed to a virtual VR visitor?
Okay, Isaac, thank you. And thank you also for your excellent presentation just before this one. I can speak to that a little bit because I visited the villa for the first time in 2003 before large-scale renovations occurred. And so I was able to walk, I shouldn't have been able to, but I was able to walk on the mosaics in the rooms. And then coming back to it after restorations, when they installed ramps that take you over the mosaics and limit your sight lines of those spaces, it was a totally changed experience and for the better in terms of cultural heritage preservation, but then limiting in terms of engagement and interpretation of the spaces. So I think, I guess the answer is that it can make a big difference. And I think, right, one of the advantages of a digital model like this in VR or playable on WebGL is that you have that experience of walking across those spaces and approaching the mosaics from different angles and thinking in more productive ways about how those mosaics are shaping your movement as well through those spaces. So to me, it's a very important part of what our project is trying to do. Thank you.
Well, definitely not only the different angles, but the different temperatures. I mean, that site in specific time of the year, it's almost inaccessible because of the heat and because of the humidity. So yes, that would be definitely a different experience. So sometimes when weather conditions are so extreme, you definitely don't see a thing. So let's be honest. So I will just use my right as the organizer, because I do have a question for you, and that it's more for the future. So I'm simply just looking forward to use an experiment, the prototype, but how far you are with developing the video game and how far you are with the experimentation, and do you have any insight in the public reactions and engagement at this point in time?
Not at this point. So we're in very early stages with the prototype. I can actually, I'll share a link in the chat if you'd like to explore it yourself, and if anyone who wants to explore it themselves. So right now, and this is a topic that got brought up in the introduction, is funding, right? So finding the funding that we need to move forward with the development of the first chapter, I guess is what we were calling it, for the baths. And then to help us move on to our second chapter, which I think we're thinking the triclinium, which is often closed to visitors. The goal is that once we have the prototype out of an alpha version and into a beta version, to share it with secondary school teachers and other college professors, to have them test it with their students and then give feedback to us on how they're using it pedagogically, and to help us refine those models. So that's certainly built into what we want to do in the future, but we don't have anything to share with you right now on public reactions.
Well, I'm sure that school kids will be a great tester. I'm sure they will be merciless in case we should have another question. But that's what we want to, honestly, because that's the only way to develop any type of project.
Right.
So is the superintendency okay with making it accessible on the web? Many times they're not really happy to open up 3D models on the web, as there
is always a way to get them and to copy them and download them and so on. And this is coming, of course, from hard experiences, as from the visual computing lab, probably. I don't know, Marco.
This is an excellent question, and Davide Tanasi, who's unfortunately not here with us today, I don't see him in the attendees, has a working collaboration and relationship with the Soprintendenza on the site, who's responsible for the site, and so we plan to develop this with their sort of alongside them and to meet also their interest and needs. And the idea would be that the model may be hosted on their website. So they would have ownership in a sense of what we're creating here. But it's certainly a consideration and one that we are thinking about very carefully.
Thank you. Yes, that's a major point. And as so Isaac told us, all this data in the project, because of course the more layers you have, the more possibilities for use-reuse interpretation.
Exactly.
And okay, my connection is a bit shaky at the moment. I hope you heard me in any case. Yes. Okay. So we are almost reaching 6 o'clock. So I would call for 5.
We lost you, Martina. But she's proposing a 5-minute break.
Yes, exactly.
It's a good time. So let's see.
Okay, so 5 minutes break, everybody. Yeah, I'll see you in. I'll see you at 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Bye.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
In a short while.
I was trying to show my 3D in a cool HTML. Turned out was not that easy. It didn't work so well. So I tried browsing around for an answer took so long, till I found this orange website where I heard singing this song. WEB3D is the place to be. The Dear, your sin will not freeze, it will show like a breeze. You'll see. WEB3D, you can join for free. Thanks Chronos and Ivy, and you can log in and then leave. WEB3D is in Italy, with the sole and the mare, the best of mangiare virtually. Don't be mad, don't cry and be sad. You will follow our runs, dress code underpants. Now picture that at WEB3D. It's so fun to be, and the social event takes you a tower that's bent. You see. WEB3D is in Italy. I hope you enjoy. Good luck and then fun virtually. I was trying to show my 3D in a cool HTML. Turned out was not that easy. It didn't work so well. So I tried browsing around for an answer. Took so long till I found this orange website where I heard singing this song. WEB3D is the place to be. Here your sin will not freeze, it will show like a breeze. You'll see. WEB3D, you can join for free. Thanks Chronos and Ivy, and you can log in and then leave. WEB3D is in Italy, with the sole and the mare, the
My
best
colleagues in
of
the UK would say that this song is so Italian.
Don't be mad, don't cry and be sad.
It's the next hit, I'm sure. Thank you to the Visual Computing Lab for this contribution. Thank you all for coming back. Okay, after this short break. So time to resume our works and to dive into publishing 3D online 3D data. And to do this, we have Paula de Rudas with us today. And I just shortly introduced in my very painful introduction what was your paper about. But I will give some background about your work because Paula graduated in archaeology, and she also has a background in architecture. She is also a familiar face at ISTE because she carried out an internship at a National Research Center in Italy, and now she is a doctoral student in Lund together with our co-host Nicola Del Lunto. Paula has devoted her a research commitment to especially 3D GIS content, web publication of archaeology or archaeological objects and sites. And today she's going to present us the work of the Dark Lab, which is a great name and a great experiment both on the teaching side. So in a way, they are embedding a bit more effectively field field work remotely in the educational programs at Lund University, but more importantly, in the way they are, standardize the data used for this particular program. So we will see how actual excavation can be used, reused, interpreted, and published. So I'm happy to leave the stage to Paola De Rudas. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Paola De Rudas, and I am a PhD candidate in archaeology at Lund University in Sweden. My PhD project deals with the management and publication of data coming from archaeological investigations, and today's presentations, which is titled Archaeological Publication Systems, which route to take a compass for addressing future development, focuses on a specific aspect of data publication that takes into account the use of web-based solution. So my presentation today will start with a kind of review of some of the existing web-based solutions that have been designed to publish archaeological content. In my opinion, indeed, such a kind of review can be relevant if we want to identify both the advantages and the flaws of such systems on a methodological but also on a practical point of view. And we can use the results of such survey to steer the design and the future development and advancements of this kind of tools. Notwithstanding archaeological reports and scientific papers still represent the standard for the publication of archaeological investigations, the digital leap have also started to affect this aspect of the archaeological process. And indeed, new formats of archaeological publications have started to appear. They are the result of ad hoc solutions. They are usually related to specific projects, and they are often conceived and realized for serving precise communication needs. These online publication systems are characterized by non-standard interactive structures that encompass archaeological data of different kinds, merging and linking them within a virtual environment. Unlike the reports and scientific papers that follow a linear structure that is characterized by text, images, tables, and charts, and are the final or should be the final results of any archaeological investigation, non-standard publications instead are represented by online systems or platforms. They don't have a standard structure because standard structure does not exist for them. And they not represent the final result of an investigation, but can be an active part of the process, of the archaeological process, and can contribute actively to the knowledge production about that specific project. And concerning the format, again, we don't have standards for these new publication systems. But they try to exploit the potential of the digital format, and so they are mostly digital, but often it is possible to derive a printable one. Usually they are related to specific project, and yes, I think we can go on. So if we start to present this review of available digital publication, we have the first innovative solution starting with 2016. For example, the ADS 3D viewer of the archaeological site of Las Cuevas is one of the first archaeological publications online. It's a 3D web-based visualization system of archaeological data that are connected to an online database that is been developed in connection to the archaeology data service. and represented an important reference, this publication, for a lot of for several projects that were going in that direction. Unfortunately, despite the promising results, this project didn't continue after the first launch. But in the same year, in 2016, we also have another interesting digital publication, the Tinku House prototype, developed within the Gabi project. That is a multi-layered archaeological publication that, according to the authors, is addressed to specialists as well as non-specialists, and the narrative and interpretation in this digital publication integrate 3D models. In 2017, we have 3 more digital publications. The first one we refer to is Maya Arc 3D, that publishes together with a 3D web GIS, is the first example of 3D models included in an online 3D GIS platform. We also have a publication, the publication Digital Karnak, designed for the use of 3D content as the core element of a scholarly, pedagogical, and peer review resource, in order to demonstrate the value of such a system as a new form of digitally born research. And Ephemera is an online 3D database system for endangered architectural and archaeological heritage in the southeastern Mediterranean area, developed at the Cyprus Institute, through which it is possible to visualize the geometry of endangered architectural features, and also to query the database, and also to access the metadata of the objects implemented in it. We have other publications from 2018. We have Archeo, developed at the University of Aarhus. That is another web-based 3D web platform that embeds 2D GIS and a 3D photogrammetric visualizer that is interactive, and according to the author, provides accessibility, fostering collaborative research and exchange of knowledge. And from the same year, we have the Bizarcho excavation system, designed at the University of Sassari in collaboration with the Visual Lab at the National CNR, at the National Research Council in Pisa, that allows an exploration, time-based exploration of the stratigraphy of an archaeological excavation. Unfortunately, this system has never been fully accessible. Constructing the Sacred is a digital monograph from 2020, designed at University of California, Santa Cruz. And according to the author, Ellen Sullivan, this can be considered a digital research monograph, a 3D scholarly edition, and a scholarly review that aims at integrating 3D models into the narrative, making the 3D model the core of the narrative, crucial to explain and interpret the site. In this publication, there is no printable format, so it's only accessible via the web. Now I'm going to present 2021 is the date of the publication of these publications that are the results of activities at the Digital Archaeology Lab, the Dark Lab at Lund University, that has been experimenting with the the efficiency of 3D web interactive visualization system for the visualization of ongoing investigation activities. And here you see the interactive visualization system developed for as a tool to expand the field archaeology pedagogical programs, integrating the use of technology in fieldwork activities. And that was published this year together with the interactive reporting system that represents like an advancement of the interactive visualization system. So we designed and developed at the Dark Lab in collaboration with the CNR, with the Visual Lab at the National Research Council in Pisa. The goal was to expand the interactive visualization system, enabling something that could go beyond the 3D visualization, that could also allow for writing a dynamic archaeological report. This system was validated and tested in a 4-year project. So I focused a bit more on the project where I was taking part to, so that I know better. But the review that I made, and this chart represents it, include all of them, and it highlighted this kind of review, the primary focus of such systems, in identifying, also allowing me to identify some of the flaws that still, as a community of digital archaeologists working with this kind of aspects, we need to overcome. I identified 16 components that the available digital publications focus on, and yes, this chart illustrates whether these components are present or not. So if we start looking at it, we can see that all the 10 publications reviewed are accessible except one, that is the Bizarcho project. And all of them embed 3D contents, as we see in the second column. Only half of the online system have a reusable structure that can be reused for other projects, so half of them. Using a structure that goes beyond the life cycle of the project. The primary purpose of these publications is research, but 40% of them also address dissemination and educational purposes. Concerning standard publication formats, only 2 of the systems actually allows for it, and only a few portion of them integrates a GIS, a geographical information system. 6 of the solutions are connected to an online database, and only 4 have connection or have linked to external data. Half of the solution includes or embeds in its structure also the narrative connected to the data of the excavation, or a form of editorialization. But concerning metadata and paradata, we can see that only in 3 cases the metadata are accessible, and only in 1 case the paradata are accessible. And fairness, that is considered crucial for the time being to design good solutions, can only found in one of the available solutions. But the system is not in use anymore. Another important aspect is to find information about sustainability and policies about long-term maintenance of such systems. But it was not easy to find this kind of information because certain data are not accessible or cannot be found. So the only thing that was possible to see is that at least for one, that is the one that is not accessible anymore, it is possible to say that there is no long-term maintenance policy in place. So the result of such a survey allows me to identify that these systems lack tools for the data sharing, and also that metadata and paradata that are considered crucial nowadays are not always considered to be relevant. And furthermore, we need to find solutions that can allow access to the whole data set, and we need also to address fairness in order to make systems that are sustainable. So how to make a valuable system fair? In my research, I realized that there is the possibility to find some solutions for the near future to address. And for example, the 3D OP approach used at the Dark Lab seems promising, as it permits deep customization, as a well-documented is very well documented, and allow high resolution 3D model access online. But in order to make a system fair, it needs to integrate the possibility of structuring the data. And so it is possible to identify this structure in content management systems, and one of them that has been designed especially or specifically for cultural heritage is OMKS. So combining the potentials of OMKS that allows a design, an easy design of it, a very suitable data management, and allows to implement extended functionalities, and furthermore allows interoperability. It would be possible to obtain and to address some of the flaws that have been identified in the review presented above before. For this reason, at the Dark Lab, we are currently working on this route. So this is the route that we are trying to take at the Dark Lab. And as you can see, this last slide, with which I will end my presentation, represents a screenshot of our work in progress. That is the combination of 3D Hope and OMKS. And with this last slide, I thank you so much for listening to me. And yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Paula. I hope everyone can hear me well. We do have a few problems today, apparently. Well, first of all, thank you, Paula, because I know you are actually in this very moment on the excavation. We just grabbed you from a dig, and you are currently experimenting with the recording for the project, for the Dark Lab project in the excavation at the moment, right?
Yes, Martina, thank you. Yes, I'm currently in Blekinge-Ronneby trying to test this system we have been working with in the last 6 months.
And aside, I mean, having this on top of the usual documentation, painstaking work you have to do, what is the outcome that you've experienced so far in embedding the let's say remote access to field activities in your educational programs?
Yes, concerning previous experiences, we found very useful to work with the students on. I'm referring to the interactive visualization system experimented in the fieldwork excavation with the students, undergraduate students in Västerås that we experimented for 2 years. That we also tried to assess the level of easiness the students could reach in working with this kind of technologies. But honestly, it is quite easy at our department because students get to work with digital technologies quite soon during their education. But of course, we realized that having the data scattered around was not the best to allow a whole data management using these technologies. So developing the interactive reporting system was a challenge, and it proved to be very successful also because it was used as a case study for students at Stockholm University during the lockdown, where they were not able to perform their field course that was mandatory to get their credits. So this system was also used for educational reasons and with as an educational purpose. But as I also explained during the presentation, notwithstanding the amazing results of having the possibility to access the complete stratigraphy of the excavation and also to access the interpretation of the archaeologists and to connect external data to it, we realized that we needed to do something more to access and to combine together in the same online environment all the data and the different format of data that we usually collect during the excavation. So this work that this new version of the interactive system that we are experimenting now in real time was first tested implementing the data of previous year excavations. And the implementation proved to be quite easy. But of course, it's at the moment, I can only say that we are able to cope with the digital documentation as well as the standard documentation with context sheet, paper context sheet, because the aim is also to keep that together with the digital documentation. And I would say that we are quite happy with it. We are managing to implement the data in real time. So yeah, but it's early maybe to make a proper assessment about it.
Well, let's say a preliminary one, and it seems very promising, as you just said. And I was wondering whether you were planning on, export this method and also your system for standardizing a bit more different formats to other institutions, whether you've been in contact with other universities, fieldwork training for our students. And of course, we got stuck last year incredibly. And we had to overload the students this year because they still have to, of course, go through that training on top of the new engagements they have in the current year. So is there any possibility that the interoperability of your system can be exported to other universities and departments? Are you up on for sale?
Thank you, Martina, for this question. One thing that I didn't explain during my presentation is that this is a collaborative work that I've started last winter, January, February, during a traineeship that I made in Paris at the SNR, the Service Numérique de la Recherche, in collaboration with the National Institute of Art History, where they work a lot with online database. And the main goal of this of such a challenge is to create something that all archaeologists can use. So of course, the main goal of or a will of this project is to make it available for all archaeologists that want to use it. It's early now. We are still working on it, so we need to make it more stable and to test it before making it possible. But of course, the idea is to make it available on the GitHub, as happens with all the modules developed for the OMKS content management system. So of course, our idea is to make it available. Yes.
And to expand. Okay, I see that also Isaac is amazed by OMKS system. So maybe we do have another interested party in your experimentation. So I didn't see any other question, and we just have 2 minutes before moving to the next speaker. But just once again, I'm sorry, that looks like I'm third degreeing you, but what about the possibility of using the excavation data that you can access through your system for building analysis and well, develop your report in case, yes, you cannot be on the excavation? Is that possible? Can you actually build interpretations on there, or you just have that set of information and you cannot change them, you cannot update them?
Thank you again for this question. You know, it's this process is going on very quickly, and I didn't present the data of this because it's probably early, but I can tell you that one of the potential and one of the amazing possibilities offered by OMKS is giving the possibility to connect several websites for the same archive, to the same archive. So it is possible to design website for each excavation project, and also the possibility to editorialize the data. So the embedding 3DOP or merging 3DOP with OMKS gives the possibility to consider and to identify 3D models as items of this archive, to query them, but also to create narratives. So it is possible to create infinite reports that can be customized according to the needs of the persons that are using it. So we can build archaeological reports as well as specialist reports, like, I don't know, osteologists or specialists in metals and so on. So the possibilities at the moment, I think, that are amazing. So, but we will see if we will be. We have already started to test the reporting. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I would say that the possibilities are endless, which is what we like about presenting this type of work. Thank you very much, Paola. It was very nice to hear the progress so far. And we can now move to the last speaker of the day, Bernard Fritsch, that unfortunately couldn't be able to join us for the conference, but we do have his recorded contribution. So Bernard Fritsch is currently affiliated with the Deutsche Archäologische Institut, so the German Institute of Archaeology, and he has a vast experience in a background in Roman archaeology and in making archaeological heritage also reachable and visible through virtual environments. And he has been part of the Topo project, working at the Villa Marittima in Sorrento, Italy. And he has been working consistently with the Deutsche Archäologische Institute to a project for make public and online accessible the archaeological data of all the projects that actually merge within the German Institute of Archaeology. And you can imagine the wider difference of formats and inputs he had to, and his team had to deal with. So this is a short paper about the challenges of publishing 3D data in archaeology when, of course, the formats are not as standardized.
Hello everybody, and thanks for having me at this conference. My name is Bernhard Fritsch and I'm currently working for the German Archaeological Institute in Berlin. A few words to my background. As I said, I'm an archaeologist and not an IT expert, but I started working with 3D data back in 2008, and since 2014 I also worked in the field of research data management and with online platforms or repositories in order to publish research data and especially 3D data. And now I would like to talk a little bit about what problems can occur when trying to publish 3D data of an archaeological content. First, I would like to recall what kind of 3D data we talk about, so what techniques are commonly used in archaeology. We do have laser scanning, which is used to scan, for example, large buildings or architecture, as well as bigger areas or landscapes. As all of you know, the results of laser scans are very huge and dense point clouds. Then there's also structured light scanning, which is often used for smaller objects, not so often for architecture or excavation documentation. This method is very good for capturing objects in museums, for example. The basis of structured light scanned model is also dense point cloud, so both methods can be called point-based 3D scanning. And then we do have the method of structure from motion, which is a technique that became very popular in archaeology in the last years. It is almost a standard method nowadays, and the reasons are that the method is relatively cheap and first and foremost it is very flexible. So you can capture small potshots of a few centimeters as well as bigger architectural structures and also landscapes, as you can see in the lower right corner. Here you can see also a mix made out of a drone imagery and underwater photographs that were merged in one model. And especially for the documentation of an excavation, meaning archaeological trenches, structure from motion is almost a perfect tool. Also here, the basis of the 3D data is a dense point cloud, so SFM can be grouped with laser scanning and structured light scanning when we consider the topology of the 3D data. But then there's also a long history in archaeology in using 3D models that were generated in CAD software or programs like Blender or Geomagic. You can also face a combination of the different methods, as you can see in the lower images, where a SFM model was added with parts created in Blender. But the important point here is that these models are not point-based, but NURBS-based. The basis of these models is not a dense point cloud, and as I learned in the last years, this can be a problem for web viewers. Just to illustrate this issue, you can see here on the left side a small model of an ancient architectural fragment created with structure from motion, and you can see the mesh behind it, which is very dense, and you can also see the dense point cloud, which is again the basis for the mesh. On the right side, on the other hand, you can see a model that was created with SketchUp, and if you change the visualization mode here, you can clearly see that there is no dense point cloud behind it and the faces are quite large. If we now speak about web viewers, we can see that there do exist really wonderful solutions, like for example 3D Hop or Pottery. The problem is, as far as I have understood, that unfortunately no web viewer can handle all the different kinds of 3D data in terms of its geometry in the same quality. You can see on the left side that in 3D Hop there can occur a little bit of strange visualization if you load a NURBS-based model. The huge faces are not really like they should be. And on the right side you can see a Pottery example, which is great for huge point clouds, but on the other hand Pottery cannot handle bigger meshes, no matter if point-based or NURBS-based, as far as I'm aware of. So this is the main challenge for an archaeological publishing project, that you cannot cover all your data with one viewer. Besides, there are a few things more to consider. A very important feature in using 3D for the documentation of excavations is that you want to have georeferenced models. This is necessary to document the different layers of an archaeological trench, and by doing that, you also need a very high precision of a few centimeters. If the overlay of the layers is not correct, this can lead to a complete misinterpretation of the situation in terms of the stratigraphy. And since stratigraphy is the core element of archaeological research, it is very important to have a correct documentation here. Now, when you use, for example, a total station at the excavation, it is no problem to georeference the 3D model with the coordinates measured. You can see on the left how such a PLY file looks like. The vertices are just the same as in that case UTM coordinates. But if you load this file into a web viewer, the representation of the model is completely wrong, as you can see on the right side. On top you can see a mesh, on the bottom you can see a point cloud. This happens due to the use of the floating values in WebGL or OpenGL that cannot work with such long numbers. So it cannot work with the real-world coordinates. You cannot load a georeferenced model easily into a web viewer. The second problem can occur when a lot of texture files are used. Texture files are great to visualize a 3D model, but in archaeology they are not always necessary, and they can also cause some problems when it comes to publishing a 3D model. This is simply due to the fact that the texture files nowadays can be really huge files, and they can be more than one. When moving the model from one file location to another location, one of these files can easily be lost or can get corrupt, or a changed name of the file then makes the model look like you can see in the example on the right. Plus, but I admit this is not necessarily a problem of a web viewer, texture files can cover wrong geometry, so again the interpretation of, for example, a layer of an archaeological trench can be misinterpreted. Now let's get back to the publishing process. Nevertheless, I think 3D models are an important part of the research and are definitely worth publishing. And by publishing, I mean that a 3D model in itself is worth to be considered an own resource to get published, not only as a supplement of a text. But then you need, of course, to fulfill a few requirements that are necessary to count as a publication in an academic sense. This includes enough metadata, meaning at least the bibliographical information such as the name of an author, a title, publisher and publication year, and a clear identifier. By identifier for publishing research data online, we speak of persistent identifiers such as, for example, a DOI. And of course, it should be possible to download the data so that other researchers can understand the data and the creation of the data. My current impression, if we talk about publishing of 3D models, is that unfortunately in the most cases there are still just screenshots of the models used. This downgrades the 3D model back to a 2D representation, and a lot of information is lost. There are some journals that already offer to publish the real 3D data with the help of a web viewer, such as the Studies in Digital Heritage. But for some reason that I don't know, you don't find a single example of an active 3D viewer in the already published volumes. So it seems that the archaeologists still prefer using screenshots, which is kind of sad in my mind. And this is sad because there are solutions for that problem if you put your data into a repository and if you use a web viewer. This is why web viewers are extremely important for the whole publishing process. For academic institutions, there are some requirements to consider by building repositories and publishing platforms. The use of open source tools is important to guarantee the exchange of knowledge between researchers. That's the basic principle, because everyone must have the chance to see and use the data without buying software that maybe some researchers simply cannot afford. But of course, I'm sure that there are sometimes also other financial reasons, for example due to the fact that it is, at least in archaeology, very hard to find IT experts because they get paid better jobs everywhere else. So often archaeologists with a bit of interest in IT, for example like myself, have to deal with the software, which means in consequence that use of these techniques may not be too complicated. But this also complements to the so-called FAIR principles, which came up a few years ago. The FAIR data principles were elaborated and published in 2016 by members of the Force 11 community, a coalition of different stakeholders to improve the use of IT technology. The aim of the FAIR data principles, an acronym for findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable, is to prepare research data for humans and machines following the aforementioned criteria within the scope of what is legally and technically possible. The FAIR data principles were mandatory included in the funding guidelines of the EU Horizon 2020 program, as well as in the German NFDE initiative to establish a better infrastructure for research data, and I think they are really very useful when working with research data in archaeology. I am quickly trying to translate these principles to understand what they mean in practice. Findable means that the data can be uniquely identified and can be found in search engines or catalogs due to the metadata information that is connected to the data. Accessible means, as is written here, that anyone with a computer and an internet connection can access at least the metadata. This is, for example, the case if a repository does not use a web viewer for 3D data, but the data is at least listed in the repository. Interoperable means that you can download the data and open it with other tools, so providing a 3D web viewer alone is not sufficient. And reusable means that everyone can work with the data, use it for further research, but also that everyone can retrace how this data was generated. There are already very nice examples in place that offer 3D data and also meet the requirements of fair data. I just would like to show you two online repositories. The first is Open Context, which in my mind offers fair data, but this is just my personal assessment, that is not an official seal or something similar. But on this website you find a set of 3D models with rich metadata, license information, persistent identifiers, and also the possibility to download the data. But at the moment there is only one set of very similar models in terms of their geometry. They are all point-based, there is no NURB-based model. For that reason the web viewer used works perfectly. And that is exactly the same for the other example, the repository of the University of Heidelberg. There you can find a large number, I think over 1000 3D models of cuneiform tablets. Again, there's rich metadata, license information, persistent identifiers, and you can download the models. But again, this is one similar set of point-based 3D models. And there are of course commercial providers. You probably all know Sketchfab, which is widely used also for some museum collections. But the problem here is that you cannot really cite this data in an academic way, and you have limitations for the number and size of the models. So you cannot provide the highest resolution, and hence Sketchfab does, in my opinion, not meet the fair data principles, and so it cannot really be used for hosting research data. The same applies for Cesium, where you could in theory publish also georeferenced 3D data. But of course you can use Sketchfab to quickly share your data just to show the data to someone else. But for this purpose there's also another very nice platform, the Visual Media Service. Here you have also limitations regarding the size of the models, but the intention of the service is only just to provide a possibility to share data, not to publish it in an academic way. Okay, getting back to open source web viewers, which we want and need to use in archaeology. At least for point-based models, there do exist workarounds to handle large 3D models that have textures and are georeferenced. By converting these models into a compressed file, you have a decent visualization of the model in the viewer. This works fine with the Nexus compression of 3D Hop, but the exact georeferencing information as well as the single textures are lost in this step. This means even if you can download the compressed format, you cannot use this file for further research. The model is not interoperable or reusable anymore, so we lost the fair data. A solution to that problem is that a repository should offer two versions of the 3D model. One is a visualization model, which is used only for the web viewer, but the version that you get when you download the model should be the original model, so that you get the highest resolution of the model, all texture files, and also the geospatial information in the case the model is georeferenced. This way it is possible to have very nice visualizations of the models, as well as the possibility to actually work with the data. But in my mind, not a lot of archaeologists are aware of these issues. Please correct me if that is not the case in other institutions or countries. Maybe this is just my personal impression here. But what I'm actually also missing when I look at some repositories, there are no precise publication guidelines for 3D models available. There's always a list of accepted file formats, but I have not found much information about problems with georeferenced models or texture files. So I think such guidelines should be written in order to promote the publishing of 3D data. Finally, a quick outlook. As I already said, my personal impression is that archaeologists need to know more about how web viewers work, what they can and what they cannot expect from them. And I also think that archaeologists also need more information about the fair data principles. So it should be clear that putting a 3D model into Sketchfab is nice to show the data to others, but that is not enough. If you cite such links in publications, no one probably knows how long these links will be valid, and no one wants to have dead links in books and articles. So I would like to finish with a question to the IT experts here. How are the chances to have an open source web viewer that can show both point-based and NURBS-based models in the same quality? Because this seems to be the biggest issue right now when it comes to published 3D data of archaeological content. Or is it an illusion to have such a viewer one day in the near future? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to Bernard Fritsch. Unfortunately, we don't have him here, so I guess we will have to put a pin on his questions, and perhaps in the future we will have the chance to discuss with him that matter. But since we still have a few minutes before leaving the stage to Paola for her answer to all our questions and to discuss the papers, I saw that we missed a couple of questions in the platform, in the WEB platform, and I think they were both directed to Isaac. Isaac, can I forward you the questions? So there was a question from Carol McDonald about your project. So could you link up the local community college or local college for training app?
I'm not familiar with that app. We do have student interns from SDSU who work with this project, and that's how we've gotten a lot of the sort of feet on the ground up until this point. Obviously, when the pandemic hit, we had a lot of issues with doing large group kind of in-person projects, and so it's kind of reduced its scope just to myself, Sarah, and Jim Newland, who's the president of the Historical Society. We could certainly scale this up if we could find community volunteers. The society that we work with, the Historical Society, does have volunteers of its own. So we've sort of been thinking about it as a partnership between SDSU. We have a mandate to work in our local community. And so that's, we have a little bit of institutional support for that. And then sort of this, again, on the ground grassroots thing that's community based, the community organizations doing what they want to do. And we're sort of here more to facilitate, to advise, to provide the, expertise that we do have to help them do what they want to do, rather than us sort of being the ones driving the bus, telling them what they should do. So, we've kind of taken that secondary role to heart. We do a lot of listening, and we will provide the assistance that we can. And if that includes reaching out to other institutions to get more people involved, I think that's great. But we haven't looked at that particular app. I didn't know that it existed, so I'll definitely check it out.
Okay, I'm not sure whether Carol is here, but that was definitely a very answer to the question. And then there was another question from Nicola Police, I think. Would a Web3D training on capture and publication paths be valuable for democratizing production?
Yeah, I'll see if I can answer that.
Yeah. I think, just just call you out unprepared.
No, I think the Web3D aspect of it, which was something we weren't focusing on until Les, asked us to be part of this really great session. Once we started thinking about it, it really makes a lot of sense because it closes the loop, right? The production of the data and then, the use of the data in professional context is one thing, which is really great. But unless the public can actually access and interact with that data, you're not doing all those aspects. And I really like in the last two presentations, the use of the FAIR principles, which really succinctly kind of puts a point on why we're doing all of this stuff. Unless all of those things can be ticked off, then we're kind of lacking in our responsibility, as experts and assisting communities to do this kind of thing. So it would be really great. I could see in La Mesa, they have a website, the Historical Society. They have a museum that is an in-person. It's based on volunteer docents, and it's not open very frequently. And so a lot of people can't get into the McKinney House, and they can't access some of these other stuff. They have a yearly house tour of some of our historic houses. But again, you have to be in person. During the pandemic, they did it by video, and it was good, but it wasn't the same as like getting to see and appreciate some of this architecture. So I could certainly see some of this Web3D technology, if an organization like that could harness it. I think they could really make a cool impact to a broader audience just than our local community of, a few dozen to 100 people who are really interested in our local architecture. We could really get out there and put ourselves on the map, so to speak.
Well, as you said, you got out here. Now I'm in Rome, and I'm very curious now. I have one more dot on a map to visit in La Mesa, in California. So, well, it's I'm curious, and I think yes, it is important for the local community. But of course, you can reach way beyond that. So that's an incredible development. Okay, a comment from Don about, I guess, yes, the contribution by Bernard Fritsch. Impressive to see FAIR principles, makes great sense. I'm thinking that X3D plus metadata can support toolchain publication in ways that you describe will be good to identify and address gaps if they exist. And we will definitely copy paste the comment and forward it to Bernard. Okay, so I see that Donna is asking for a group snapshot, but I think we can first have finally leave the stage to Paula, so we can have her insider view on the topic addressed. And for those of you who are not familiar with her work, Paula is currently working in she's a lecturer at the Department of Heritage and Digital Humanities at the University of Exeter, and her research usually combines both material culture, heritage, cognitive science, and the exploration of how new technologies actually impact heritage making processes and the interpretation, the process of interpreting the past. So Paula is absolutely the right person to comment on first our question, so about the impact of online 3D web repositories and information on the way we look, interpret, and disseminate heritage, and of course, what is the impact in the way we have now at our disposal to actually understand the cultural heritage and to exchange that knowledge at all levels. So Paula, I think we already did a bit of warm up with your share screening possibilities. I hope you are not in the horrible tornado we have in Rome. So I'll give you the stage. Thank you, Paula.
You're still muted.
Yes, Paula, we cannot hear you because your mic is on mute.
Okay,
oh,
so I thought it was unmuted, and instead it was still muted. So,
it happens always to me. No worries. I have this.
Thank you for the introduction. Just a quick note to clarify that I'm based at the University of Essex and not Exeter, and that this is a mistake that is often made because Exeter has a Department of Archaeology, which is very well known. Well, I'm not based in archaeology. I'm the only archaeologist in the Department of Art Historians at the moment, and I teach heritage and digital humanities for the department and also for the Interdisciplinary Studies Center there, just in all of my colleagues who are informing part of the slides of my response today, because I've been learning a lot thanks to this very artistic perspective on the use of digital technologies for heritage. So I would like to thank you all for this opportunity, and I read the papers, and then I also listened to all your presentations with a lot of pleasure. And I want to start by saying that, of course, all the talks are very innovative, and there's nothing I can say from a methodological point of view, because they are very thorough, very very detailed in terms of the kind of standards that are used, the formats, etc. But I would like to put things in more ethical perspectives and to consider also contents a bit more in depth. So while we talk today, there are two things that are happening in the world. On one side, we have this Facebook, which is becoming metaverse, with all the implications of this transformation for our lives and the way we interact socially. And this idea of the metaverse is pushing us in a way to look beyond, to look further, to think about the future, to push a bit more for the production, right, of data. On the other side, which I think it's the opposite side of this large spectrum, we have now in Glasgow, COP26. So we have this, convention to start considering this climate crisis and to respond to the climate crisis and try to respond to the climate crisis at a fast pace. So, the response to the climate crisis is basically instead asking us to slow down a bit, or at least consider all the ethical implications of our work and our discipline, which is heavily based on the use of digital technologies, right? So, let's start from the idea of the fact that the digital is never digital, but it has strong material implications. And here I just wanted to share a very nice photo of, this underwater submerged landscape with cables that the NSA uses to siphon data, right? So what is the material impact that, we are living while we use technologies? And it's material also in terms of where the technologies are produced, the origin of the source of these technological interventions, and the concentration of these origins, which have an impact on our landscape, but also on our social and political and work interactions. So thanks to my colleagues in art history, for instance, I encountered this incredible artwork that is called Scanops. It's dated 2012 and by Andrew Norman Wilson. And basically what happened was that Wilson was working for Google and he was in the department of the Google Books initiative for the digitization of these libraries that we use on a daily manner. And basically he started to see that the people who were in charge of these digitizations were leaving traces of their presence, and those traces usually went to the bin because there were mistakes, right? And those traces also revealed, the kind of people and the kind of diversity, or maybe lack of diversity that was behind, this digitization process. And he started to publish these photographs. So he collected them and he created an archive and published them. And then, of course, he was fired because he was trying to basically reveal the fact that, there was a lot of heavy labor and exploitation that was linked to, the production of these digital efforts. This is all to say that, I am also one of the stakeholders who, is usually very enthusiastic and, contributes to the production of outputs and outcomes for specific reasons that are related to preservation, communication, publication, and interpretation of archaeology and heritage today. But in a recent publication effort, that is a book in press. It's not out yet, but I received permission to publish some quotes and photographs. We've been trying to, to reflect on, critically on implications of what we do in terms of ethics, contents, data curation, etc. And, we reached a point in the book is titled Digital Archaeology in the Critical Age. It's edited by Kevin Garsky. It follows a very interesting conference at the University of Buffalo in 2019. It was like the year before the pandemic hit us, so it seems like ages ago. And Lorna Richardson wrote a very nice book chapter, which is the final one. It's the closing ending chapter of this book that is called All Watched Over by Machines of Loving Grace, in which she basically challenges the sector and says we should try and aim to normalize these concerns we have for the environment and the impact to the environment in our practices, and discuss the environmental and human impact of ICT whenever we discuss digital heritage. Conference papers, academic texts could include carbon emission statements. Research papers could discuss low carbon ethically sourced forms of data capture, hardware and mitigation strategies, alongside technological innovation and data analysis. Heritage organizations could endorse the principle for digital development 2020, rooted in international development ICT best practice. And then she organized also a follow-up conference at the University of East Anglia, where she works, and she basically suggested all of us to do less for the sake of the environment. And so this goes hand in hand with a lot of publications and reflections on, the idea of slow data versus big data, data humanism, and how, the kind of contribution we, from a humanistic perspective, and sometimes even from the social sciences, can give, to this idea of how we use technologies and how socially impactful we can be when we use these technologies. And so there is also another interesting paper, book chapter in this book by Jeremy Haggett, who wrote Is Less More, Slow Data and Datafication in Archaeology. And he calls, he cites Giorgia Lupi, who wrote a kind of manifesto of data humanism, where she says, okay, we could try and, think small data instead of big data. We could try and understand how the quality can be integrated to this production of quantity, how we can, we can integrate imperfection into this idea of the infallible. And this goes hand in hand also with what Rodora Venarucci was telling us about, this idea of fetishism towards accuracy and numbers or files or heaviness of these files. So we can think about the fact that technologies are never impartial, they're never objective, they're very subjective, and how we can really reveal that subjectivity. We can try and be inspiring rather than just descriptive. We can think about this idea of serendipitous moments or momentums that are created by these data that are published online, instead of always constantly thinking about how this data can be predictive or can predict. And then think about possibilities instead of conventions. And this is probably the most difficult barrier, because when, if I think about grant writing proposals, and the response to reviewers, I always have to defend myself when I say, I'm not looking for conventions, I'm really exploring possibilities. I don't want to, compare methods to find best practices. I just want to, really understand how our work, what we've done so far, the process can reveal these possibilities. Think about complexity, depict instead of simplifying complexity, drawing instead of processing, design before, before data. So data come after a design thinking process, which is value-led, which is ethically informed instead of being the other way around. And then, spend time with data instead of thinking about saving that time, also because this is really a dystopian world. I know it well because, at the University of Essex, now everything is centralized by all these apps, and we are just wasting our time instead of saving it. And thinking about the fact that it's true that data is a series of numbers, but data also reveal for us, people and the relationship between people and data, but also how data portrayed or interpret, people, the people of the past. And then also how this data will make us more human rather than more efficient, okay? And so this is also, this thinking is also informed by a very interesting book. This is in Italian, Umanesimo Digitale, Un'etica per l'epoca dell'intelligenza artificiale. So this is a book by Franco Angeli, but in collaboration with Julia Naida Rumelin and Natalie Wiedenfield, where basically they also, write a kind of manifesto where they say, we are not against technologies, we really embrace technologies, but how can we embrace technologies in a way that is ethical, in a way in which artificial intelligence really is for us and will serve us rather than the other way around, so that we don't have to fear, the effects of this artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is there for us. We can inform it, we can decide what the machine can learn in terms of ethics and creativity. And so, Jeremy Hackett also explain the difference between big data and slow data, and he proposes also a kind of scheme where he says, okay, we are very good now at thinking about data lifecycle, okay, how we create this data, all the formats, the process, how we analyze them, how we preserve them, so, this transcoding, data longevity, all these archives, how we share them, and especially how we reuse them. But we should try and overlap this idea of the data lifecycle with slow data principles. And he derives these principles from Strauss and Luke, and they are basically based on a lot of reflections in design thinking practices, where people have really tried to understand how we can design something that is really socially relevant, and how we can approach data in a slow way, right? So instead of just creating, we should think about what our creation reveals. Instead of just processing, how we can expand to this process, analyzing by also reflecting on the effects and on the process, preserving, but also engaging in the preservation, sharing as participating, and evolving and reusing as evolving. And I've been trying to, reflect on how this scheme can be applied or, just framed within all these papers, these wonderful papers that you've presented today. And so I was, very weirdly enough, when I started to think about this response, I started from, the archive and, the papers by Frisch and Derudas on publication. And then I went towards, community engagement, preservation, and gamification. So I don't know why, but I had the opposite order. But, I have a lot of questions, so, or maybe invitations in a way to discuss this in a roundtable. So what can creating data based on fair data principles reveal, for instance, about the origin of the data, the context of this origin, and the process of creation of the data? How can sharing contribute to participation in the production of knowledge? How do data evolve through their reuse? And then how does the analysis of how 3D data have been published so far allow us to both quantify, but also define and qualify their users? So who is looking at this data, and who, and how can we really understand who they are and how they participate in this process of knowledge creation? How much have these methods been used, and by whom? So all these methods of data analysis, all these archives, how much have they been used? What can we learn about the demographics of data producers and data users? How can we learn from these users about the system and how they've impacted the practices and interpretation processes? And how can this data allow us to reflect on future directions? And then, thinking about the paper by Dora and her colleagues, I was also, I'm really into gamification and serious games, etc. And but I was also struck by this idea that users need a story. And I think, yes, users definitely need a story, and this is more important than data accuracy. And they also need to explore the materiality of our past in their own way, at their own pace. But I feel also that users need to challenge this story in a way. So how can we integrate reflections by users and their feedback on what we create and the way we want them to engage with these contents that we've discovered, explored, studied, and then prepared for them? And then how can, going to the paper about, augmented reality for digital placemaking. Again, I know that Laura Harrison, who's also part of this book, Critical Archaeology in the Digital Age, is really, into this idea of co-creation and participatory cultures, and these projects as a real form of public heritage and public archaeology. But I wonder if she's been thinking a bit about how this co-creation can happen based on a design thinking process that is really value-led and ethically designed. And finally, I was really impressed by this work by Sarah Bencher-Kuhn and Isaac Ulla, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your names correctly, but I was also struck by a specific passage of this book that might maybe help us to start a conversation about, preservation by whom, of what, and for whom. Because they write in the paper, if the riot, and we're talking about the Black Lives Movement riot, if the riot had made its way closer to the McKinney house, which is the case study they are analyzing, there is no assurance that it would not have also been a target for damage or destruction. This only further exemplifies the exigency for accessible digital preservation. Now, my question is, yes, we are preserving, this house digitally, but why do you think that this riot might have targeted that building as well? And shouldn't this be, this information be integrated in any metadata or any information, digital information related to your replica? because I think if we consider that building heritage, and if we define heritage as a process rather than as simply a building, maybe what's important to stress is also the biography of the building and the reason why at a certain point in time, which is our present, someone wanted to target that building specifically, or even other buildings nearby for specific reasons, okay? So I think this is also quite important to think about because it really, it is the definition of heritage itself that is at stake. So two main questions, and then I will close here. Are we really democratizing knowledge? Probably not yet. We're not there yet. We can say that it's wonderful to think about the possibilities that these technologies are giving us. But for instance, Chiara Bonacchi et al., when they were analyzing data about their crowdsourcing platform called Micropast, realized that probably just a small minority of very well-educated white people are participating in the creation or in the co-creation of the data through this platform. So how can we attract and include other stakeholders into this arena? And then also, shall we really preserve or instead perpetuate heritage and archaeology, or archaeology when it becomes heritage? So I derived this term perpetuation from a blog entry by Brendan Comier, who's one of the curators of the V&A, who was thinking about these digital efforts and said, we don't need to digitally preserve data because the digital can go beyond this preservation, can go beyond the exact replica, because the perpetuation allows us to integrate interpretation processes into the replica. So how far is the digital replica going so that it is transformed and it becomes a kind of chimera in a way, very far from the original contents? This is what we should ask ourselves. And here I brought you an artwork made by London artist Martha McGinn that really took a few digital models from Sketchfab, the British Museum Library, and put them together and created this kind of chimera, this monster that has nothing to do with the original objects, yet, it is in a way an appendix, like something, an extension. And, perpetuation also means that everything that is considered difficult heritage should be integrated in this metadata when we think about digital preservation, okay? So I'm thinking about the British Museum and the Black Lives movements that were in conversation forcefully through Twitter when was this? In 2020, yes. The British Museum stands in solidarity with the Black community throughout the world. Black Lives Matter director Hartwig Fisher. And this woman called Tracy replied, if Black Lives Matter, does that mean that the Benin bronzes are going to be returned back to Nigeria? It's part of us and our heritage. If our lives matter, our heritage should too. Do you have any information on that? And no reply whatsoever from the British Museum. So, I will conclude with this very nice snapshot taken while Martina was talking. When we think about the online legacies of documenting, interpreting, and showcasing, we should really step back. This is a message I give to myself, first of all. Step back, produce maybe a little bit less of data, and try to process what we've already done so far so that we can think about users, we can think about, how we can better integrate this idea of multivocality and multi-voice, and how we can really make a qualitative social difference out there. And thank you.
Thank you, Paula, very much. That was definitely the type of inspiring conclusions that we were looking for. And Thank you especially for having touched upon the sustainability in the wider sense. Of course, we got stuck in a bit of a self-absorbed reflection about making sustainable and a bit longer the life of our projects, but you're right, we're facing more than one major challenge at the moment. And so I would just start and open the roundtable discussion, taking up first your invitation to answer a few questions directly to our authors. And if I understand correctly, you've been pretty interested in the challenge and the work of the group of Rodora Venarucci. And you were interested in one remark that Rodora shared with us about the need to give a story to the users. And then you kind of add a subtle suggestion about the need of the users to challenge that story and whether that is possible within the framework of a video game. Rodora, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, Paula, thank you so much for that response. It was excellent, and you raise a great question. So I think that providing the user with a narrative, a story that they can invest in is important to building that sense of presence and immersion. But by providing them that story, you're giving them a lens, right, to look through and to approach that material and their interaction with that material with. And we've thought carefully about the lens that we want to give them by tying them to Ercilia. However, how do you then, as you say, give them the chance to reflect and tell their own story in a way, right, with that data? And this is something that will unfold as the project moves forward, but the journal mechanic, which is the main mechanic through which our users interact with the world, is one way to do that, by allowing them to enter, as they go through the game, their own thoughts, impressions, interpretations even of the spaces and the material they work with. And that's something that could get stored for the researchers of the game, that we could go back and look at and see their individual responses and thoughts as they move through those spaces, and could perhaps help us as we're thinking about how to move forward, refine, change, and maybe even provide new directions for how we're interpreting and analyzing the space. So that's maybe one way to build into the game an opportunity for their voice to come through, and a chance for them to share their own personal insights. But beyond that, it's something that we will have to think about carefully. And if other people have suggestions or ideas of how to develop a game with a story, but with space for the user to tell their own story parallel to that, I'd be happy to hear it.
So any suggestion from the audience, or personal experience, of course, as game users, game designers, and cultural heritage specialists? Well, personally, I do think that, yes, that's the new challenge, of course, because as a cultural heritage specialist, of course, I share the burden of giving my narrative every time I build any type of storytelling design, every time I design anything. And the fact that I'm not just writing a piece that, of course, it's a pretty unilateral way of interpreting things, but I allow people to interact and maybe change history as well in a video game. That's something that I need to be reminded of in those instances. So I think Paula has a very good point. And I think that relates and ties very well with Paula's question to Laura Harrison team about the street art, the community building in Clearwater. What about trying to involve
ethic-driven type of design in your setup. Laura, would you like to comment on Paula inputs?
Sure, yeah, so thank you first of all to Paula so much for your comments. They're wonderful. It's nice to see you again after the conference in Buffalo. Yeah, so I mean, I really think in the charge to define ethically driven and value-led experiences for the community, it is so important to carry out user research and figure out what are the perceptions of these people, right? We've got this idea of placemaking. How can we create these meaningful experiences in urban places that leverage heritage and art? But until we can actually talk to people and actually watch them using the app, we are kind of flying blind in a way. So I think that in the future, as we work to increase the multivocality of this and sort of, make sure that the different stakeholders and different community groups are responding in ways that actually, reinforce the central message of the app, we're going to have to talk to them in person. So unfortunately, I don't have a specific answer yet, other than saying that I really think it's important to go out there and really carry out these interviews with folks, watch them using the app and kind of see, how are you responding to this? Do we need to also maybe even incorporate a way for them to have a feature that allows you to have a conversation or put feedback about it? Like, I visited this app, here's the hashtag, maybe we can integrate that some way as well to kind of create like a real-time conversation around a heritage experience that utilizes digital data.
Yes, thank you, Laura. And I think, if I may be very, very simplistic, that having this type of gatherings while you are in between things, while you're still setting up your app and working to your project, is probably more important than just presenting the whole thing ready, because there's still time to change and readapt and take inspiration from all the inputs that you can receive. So I guess that this can also go well for Isaac, Ola, and Sarah Bencher-Krohn, and the invitation that you just received from Paula to extend the narrative to even, the more contested heritage that the McKinney House has.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. Thank you, Paula, for bringing that up. That event, the protest that turned into something different, in a town like ours, which isn't on the map, it's not the center for many of these conflicts, and yet our town exemplifies a lot of those issues. In fact, the reason why the protest was held in our town was simply because a guy was sitting at the trolley stop and he was hassled by the police. It happened to be filmed. It happened to be at our trolley stop, So rather than protest in downtown San Diego, which is where I think it was originally planned, they came to our town. Our town was not prepared for it. And when things went crazy, there were institutions, 2 banks, they were targets. They tried City Hall. It was fortunately, extinguished before the City Hall burned down. And then the Randall Lamb building, I think there's nothing about it that screams like, this is an institution that we need to protest against, other than it had a little plaque from the Historical Society that made it seem important, to the town. And who knows the motivation of the actual individuals who set the fires, but you can imagine that they're trying to strike, at the heart of a community they think has been unjust. And I could easily see a monument, a museum like McKinney House, had they been aware that it was 1 block over. And I don't think these folks were actually aware of the layout of our town. I think they were just there in the vicinity near the police station where their protest started. Certainly could have been one of those things. But the question is why these places? It's an important aspect that, when we tell the narrative of what drives the community response to preservation in a digital format, we should also include the narrative of what is driving one of these major risks that we saw in our town. It's a little complicated. I never thought I would be a stakeholder myself in some of this, as an archaeological expert, I always thought I'd come, you know, my other project is in Calabria, and I'm definitely an outsider. We're working with the community there and we're lending our expertise. But this is my hometown where I live, where my children are, and where Sarah and her family lives and is from. And so it's definitely a very different experience, I will say. And I think maybe my professional training wants to depress that, you know, put that above and say, let's try to be objective about it. But probably that's, you know, in reflection, not really the best thing, because we're losing some really important aspects, the human parts of those stories. So very interesting comments, Paula. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I believe that it's a challenge and well, a complete different way of seeing and looking at your work as soon as you see it reflected on others people's perception. So definitely something that we just learn by doing it, and it's hard to frame it and design it in anticipation, I guess, of all that. So I see in the chat box that Don kind of noted 3 keywords: data, driven, and design. I don't know, Don, whether you want to elaborate on, or whether you want to comment on Paula's address. Calling you out unexpectedly. That's
Yeah,
what
I'll
I
be
always
close.
do.
Yeah, thanks. No, just reacting to Paula's call to arms and on that one of her charts, the relationship between data and design and data. So I was just trying to flag that in text, but thank you for that. I'll use that again.
That's yeah, it was you know, the idea of design driven by data, while in fact it should be the opposite, that you know, the design should drive the data. So that's what I was trying to convey, that, you know, we should really consider the design in a very thoughtful way.
Right.
And probably, you know, we can slow down a bit. I think we are at a stage in which, you know, our discipline could start to really slow down a bit, produce less outcomes, and reflect on where we are and how we can go more in depth, especially socially. This is, you know, to think about this humanism and lead the way, instead of just always following the metaverse.
Slow data, like slow food, and I think your plea is pretty on point in this moment, and also because of the sustainability that we talked at the beginning of the conference. And speaking of output and a lot of data, Nicola, I know that you are in a very difficult setting at the moment, working at the excavation and producing data, of course, and reusing them and reinterpreting them. What's your stance about Paula's invitation to take it a bit slower and change the pace? I don't know, Nicola, I don't know whether, oh, okay, there you are.
I didn't know. Well, it is very interesting point. The fact is that I think, you know, rather than slowly, I more focus on the using the data on site. For example, something that we are keen to do a lot is actually when we create 3D model of the site, it's not just for recording and not for keeping them for reinterpreting in the future, but for using them on site. So today we're actually using a lot when we excavated for actually, you know, getting insight on our excavation. It is very interesting because Paula touched upon the metaverse, and I think has been a big mistake of our time, especially for the us coming from the 90s. I mean, all the movies, all the literally just point out from the cyberpunk technology, this idea that we are split. There is the digital world and there is the physical world. It's a lie, it's not true. When in reality, for example, we should use more and more the applications for, you know, having an effect in our life and vice versa. So if you look at other people who use social media, they use it for create real relations, for do many things. So why don't we do it actually in our jobs? And by the way, what does it mean the general public? I believe it doesn't mean nothing, really. I mean, it doesn't exist, the general public. It exists a specific group of people. So if we create an application for the general public, means that this probably will never be used. So instead, if we use an application for a specific group target, we study it, as Paula suggests, actually, we build it around a design idea rather than try to do something with what we have. Probably we will have a different effect. So I think this is what is the major challenge. There is actually this idea of the slow archaeology, for example, is not new, has been Karel, for example, has been using it. And actually, also, if I remember correctly, he doesn't mention this in one of his latest publications, but in one of his blogs, he described that he had this idea, Martina, for collecting to your comment, to the slow food. I remember he said he was in some restaurant in an airport, he wrote, and then he said, well, I have this idea of slow food, why don't we apply it for slow archaeology? It is actually a way of enjoying life, slow food, but it's also a way of enjoying your data or using them in a better way. So it is interesting. I like very much, Paula, the image of the cable under the sea. I mean, the fact that I strongly believe that this idea of the shifting grounds, what Edgeworth described as the virtual as a place for the discovery, not just something on the air. I believe it very much. So, but it's very challenging. So we need to probably stop focusing only on the data and yes, looking at data effects, but most important, whether the community is equal. I don't know, Paul, if it's design, data-driven and design is linear. I see it more as hermeneutical, actually, because, one affects the other. I mean, we have ideas because we see the data that are produced and so on and so on. So it's more dynamic, but it's a very interesting point. Absolutely.
No, definitely, I see it as cyclical as well. I just like the idea of starting with a design, that is led by something, and then, thinking about the data that way, in a cyclical way, definitely.
Yeah. But thank you for the great presentation. It's very interesting.
Thank you, Nicola, for your input. I see also Carol McDonald. Carol wrote down a few comments. I don't know whether Carol is online and can join us with her microphone. If you want to simply...
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Hi, Carol. Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Hi. So I just wanted to clarify how parametric data can actually make the design more human.
Yeah.
So the two examples that I put in here was one for buildings. If you design a building to withstand earthquakes and you perceive earthquakes as data, your building has to input that data, survive, modify, and come back to its original state. You look at a lot of Japanese temples are designed that way, or any buildings that are really designed to handle an earthquake zone, very indigenous buildings, you'll notice that they're designed to flex. So if you want to make the design to be able to handle data, and I go back to footwear since that's a personal need of mine. If you do not make shoes, if you do not make the design to be able to handle the person's data, then you're not making it more human. You're saying your foot must be this shape only, right? Your foot can only be this wide, and you're only allowed to buy shoes if your foot is this wide. And if it's wider than that, you really don't need shoes. You can wear sandals, you can wear men's boots, you can wear inappropriate footwear because you're not allowed to wear high heels because they only come in medium width, right? So what I'm saying is that you can't say design is bad and data is bad. I'm saying that it's the interaction of design and data that actually makes it more human. And it's the interaction of of buildings to be able to handle data. For example, wind loads. If it's very windy, or if you have a hurricane and you haven't designed the building to withstand that, then it's not going to be able to accept that new data of 100 kilometer, what is it, I know it's, it's hurricane force winds. I don't know what it is in kilometers off the top of my head, but if it's 200 kilometers worth of wind, you have to make it design that, right? If you want to make your building withstand floods, you have to incorporate that design within that. And I understand it was just culture, but I'm just saying, to me, any environment is data. And so that's why I think I would expand data and say it's actually more human if you make it understand the environment that it's in. And data, to me, environment is data. So that's all I wanted to really say.
Thank you, Carol. I don't know whether Paula wants to add anything.
Yeah, no, I really understand the perspective, and it's a very nice perspective. I'm thinking that, we are usually, I think the point of that slide is that we are usually thinking, we are used about thinking about data-driven, right? Data-driven output, data-driven process. And while instead, stepping back means, in my case, I work also on earthquakes, but not from the perspective of the building, but from the perspective of sense of place, for instance. So for me, everything means, okay, so if I think about the post-earthquake reconstruction, for instance, I cannot be led by assumptions, by the fact that, everything was destroyed and we'll build it back. And we'll build it back as it used to be in the right moment before the earthquake. I will talk, my idea is we need to really engage the community, think about this idea of sense of place, how they define it, and then, rethink about the materiality and the reconstruction through new technologies. So new technologies cannot be the assumption. The assumption is always, we have this wonderful 3D digital metric model, and so now we will recreate, Notre Dame as it was before the fire. But then with Notre Dame, for instance, there was a real problem because when they thought about recreating specific details, they needed, specific skills that had disappeared. And so no one was able to, craft those details, even if maybe through new technologies, we could use 3D printing, for instance. But what is the difference there? So yeah, this is only my idea related to the fact that the model or this assumption towards perfection given by, the digital model, the replica cannot be the data, the driver, sorry, because these interventions must be informed by communities.
Yeah, and I would argue that the communities are data as well, right? I'm just saying, let's add to that and don't say that there's only one source of data, that a community is data, the environment is data, the 3D model is data. All together, we put that together and we make the design, right? I mean, that's all I'm saying is that we just need to make the list a little longer and then we're good to go.
No, I understand. I mean, the community is also part of the environment, so it's just this big family, honestly.
And speaking of community, we have Luz that is waiting to comment on, I guess, this issue.
That's more reflection, actually. We use the design thinking approach to build our database, which also serves as a platform really to bring together people like lay audiences, but also pottery specialists. So we had to think pottery, it's not the most sexy subject to present to people, and we can make 3D models, but they don't make it more sexy either. You need to bring the information along. So we built this database with this by adopting this design thinking, really, who are going to be our users and how do we present our data in an interesting way. So we have this database, and I'm carrying out this survey, or I will launch it tomorrow, hopefully. But then while I was hearing all these comments in your presentations, I thought I launched this survey and I will advertise it among all these socials, and then I will have an idea who is using our database. But they will only use it because I launched this survey. So I attract people like that. Another thing is that we actually had to bring the digital to the museums to inform people that it actually existed. And that was a more interesting way, actually, because we were talking about how to approach the local communities. Already, Martina and I started the Pottery Goes Digital project years ago. And we just brought the 3D stuff, the printer, the scanner and everything, including the pots, to a local, a small town where the excavation was. And the people came and we could tell actually about how the pots were made. And they had also their stories then about how they remembered how they used pot, well, not in this project with Martina, but 2 years ago when I was in Heraklion in Crete, we were presenting something similar, in a similar way, our project. And then people came with stories how they used their pots. So there came a whole lot of, it triggered a whole lot of oral history, really. And yeah, I don't know. It's a reflection word, what I'm now sharing with you. And I would like to hear what you think about how you can approach people indeed and engage them really in ongoing projects.
It's happened already. It isn't easy, first of all. It isn't easy at all. It's happened for the creation of a film that we did together with Fabrizio Galeazzi from the Story Lab at Anglia Ruskin. And the film was based on ethnography because we really wanted to explore this idea of sense of place. And we selected a specific town because we were struck by the ruins of this town that are called like the ghost town of this very little town called Senerchia. And so we did a 3D laser scan. We used laser scanning. We did a scan of the ruins. And then meanwhile, we interviewed people to really talk about, the relationship with the ruins, their life before the earthquake, the post-earthquake displacement time, and them moving to to the newly reconstructed town and what this entailed, because basically the earthquake there happened in 1980. And so a lot of critiques from people when I present proposals are, 40 years is too far to remember. But the film really demonstrated that actually these memories are very vivid because time is another construction and it can be very compressed because of the trauma and also it is perceived in very different ways from these people. So we also challenge this idea of time and space and how sense of place is informed by time, because most of these people would conceptualize their time by defining, the before and after the earthquake. But then there is also a difference in terms of age, because maybe some people, the elders will tell you, oh no, the elders in most recent earthquakes will tell you, no, there's no before and after. It's just a process, right? Because they know that they are almost at the end of their lives and they won't see the reconstruction. So for them, that fracture, they have to overcome it. So the way they conceptualize time is very different and sense of place is very different. So, and so this ethnography then informed the film But the film wanted to challenge this idea of digital reconstructions and say, yes, we have a very nice digital model, but what is the authenticity? How can we define it? Can we really analyze this, this really relationship which is embodied between landscape, between built environment, between the ruin, between these people, between, the ruin and the new town, which is so alienating. Why? So that was basically the analysis that we wanted to integrate in the film. The film is called Italia Terremotata, very Italian name. And I have a link that I can share, and that would be.
I don't think it's translatable in English. It's like Italy after the earthquake, but still in the earthquake. So
yeah,
so
because the translation is hit by the earthquake, but
yes, but it doesn't. No, because it doesn't give the time depth that it has in Italian, and probably we have a word for that because temporary situations tend to be permanent in Italy. So that's clearly a difference.
Yeah, that's why we decided to call it with an Italian name, because then we wanted to really stress the terremoto as a process. Again, it's a process rather than an event. And it's a process that is also a heritage. So the earthquake can be considered heritage in its own rights because of what it does. So, yeah.
Yes, I think that adds to to how. But I was thinking that digital tools should give you the possibility, since they are so flexible and open, to actually narrate different stories, depending on the perception, of course, of the audience. So the elderly reconstructions, both of the trauma as well as of the story of the city before the trauma, and then the younger generation can, of course, have a completely different narrative, but the digital tool should allow you to give both, if not three, if not more angles.
I throw it out there for the technologies, and then I will silence myself because I've talked too much. I wonder, and this is more for people like the Visual Computing Lab and colleagues in the arena, what machine learning can do, because, together with behavioral cognition and, eye tracking and all these devices that really allow us to observe people and where they look at and what they do, even machine learning, if we think about this humanistic perspective, can inform us about how people interact with the environment, and the environment learn based on this interaction. And so this is a challenge that, I see as very interesting and, for future developments. But we really must, I think, slow down and reflect on, the overall process and how we could use machine learning and integrate it to really be informed about the environment.
The further implication. Thank you, Paola.
Could I just sort of thinking about that, because we do a little machine learning programming in the virtual Pompeii project I work with. And of course, a human creates the machine that then learns from human interaction. And so there's still that humanistic angle there. And this sort of leads into, I guess, a question that I want to throw back out from a question that you asked, Paula, about how do we democratize knowledge, and that we're not there yet. But I think a lot of our projects are searching for ways to do that. And where in Isaac and Laura's case, you can bring the community in and have them, a grassroots approach to this, or bring in ethnography and interviews, is a bit more challenging when the community the community you're trying to reconstruct is long dead, but you're hoping then to bring in a community involvement with the people who are still alive. And how are people approaching this? It's not going to shift, I think, anytime soon, that those of us producing these models are a subsect of a very slim subsect of the population. And then thinking about Laus's discussion of how do we bring then a diverse group of people in to actually engage with our models so that we're getting feedback from diverse groups. And it seems like a huge challenge for me that I'd love to hear thoughts on.
Well, yeah.
Sorry,
Please.
go ahead.
No. I was about to give you the floor. So.
Yeah, no, Dora, I mean, that's a really good point. I do think co-creation comes into play a lot here. So like kind of bringing in members of the community during the design process. I have another digital storytelling project that's a little farther along where I work with the Seminole tribe. And it started basically with a conversation like, you have a story to tell about your community's heritage, their incarceration. This island is washing away and this heritage is located there in these stories. So how can we use digital technologies as a catalyst to help tell that story? So that's one example kind of from, I don't know if it's super relevant. I don't have like quite the same example for Clearwater since we haven't really launched it yet. But on my other more mature project, I think that co-creation in terms of like really starting from day one in conversations with communities and stakeholders can be one way to help democratize the products of these, digital heritage research efforts.
Thank you. So talking about layered past, we actually have a layered present and a layered future to work with. And definitely today, this was just a tiny example of how complex and of course challenging using online platform is to tell a story about the past and the present and perhaps narrating a better future. There is a lot going on in the chat. I think we are all a bit fatigued and tired now to go on, but I would like to take up Dawn invitation. Maybe we can simply all turn on our cameras, get a snapshot of the session, and compliment each other for the great work done. Thank you very much, guys. This has been really a great panel. I enjoyed it so much, and aside all the possible weather, climate change and problems we managed so far. So I don't know, maybe Marco, would you like to take a screenshot of all of us, and then I guess we can close here, and I guess everything will be available on the YouTube channel of the conference and in the archive of the Web3 consortium. Once again, thank you so much, Fabio.
Let me take my virtual cat.
The other cat. We had a few appearing every now and then.
No, just two up to during the conference. Just two cats.
Okay, well, it's it's a good score. Let's see in the next days how we will be doing. And yes, thank you all. Thank you to Luz and Nicolas for having been great colleagues in this journey, and to all authors today. Now that you are in contact, of course, try to exchange as much as you can your experience, and let's hope to have reached a bit of at least more interaction within the community, and then the second step will be to reach a bit more interaction also with other stakeholders. And yes, and the discussion can continue on our platform, the web conference platform. There will be social events as well in the next 2 days. You can meet up again on Wolva. And of course, we are all reachable through all the possible social channels. It's hard to get rid of us, actually. That's the problem probably today. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And I'm very glad to have shared your work today. Thank you. Thank you, Marco. I leave it at you, the technicalities. Ciao.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Bye.